The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time. Kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for showing up. Let's see what we can do. I'm Alan. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora is right here, too.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people. Happy Throwback Thursday.
Did you post a TBT?
Not yet.
But you will?
Yeah.
Do you every Thursday?
No, not every Thursday.
But is it safe to say most Thursdays?
Not as of late. I don't think I've posted one in 2021 yet.
Really? All year you haven't?
Well, he's so particular about posting things if it gets under 100 likes and all that stuff.
Right, but I'm just saying you have so many photos. Like, if I want to do a Throwback Thursday, I really got to dig through. Because I don't have that many, like, old pictures.
But it's quality, not quantity.
Since when? On the internet?
On my Instagram, that's the reason why. Like,
yes. It's all just shoveling coal into the machine.
There's bitches I don't even talk to no more. I don't want them on my Instagram. I have to put then I have to be rude and put like a little smiley face over their face.
Well, you don't have to. Oh, you mean in the photo?
Yeah.
Not them commenting on the photo.
No.
Oh, yeah, you just do that little scribbly thing.
I know, but then they'll be petty. They're like, I still follow you, jackass. I'm like, and? You're not going to be in my Instagram. I'm not tagging you.
Interesting.
Okay.
So dramatic.
Sassy.
So much drama in the So much drama in the TBT. Who knew? Well, anyway, there's a new Poundcake podcast for you. So if you're one of those bitches and you want to listen, that's there for you. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. 35192 if you want to send a text. And, of course, you can go to alancockshow.com, as Bill mentioned. Bill texted me last night. He goes, Bad Trip is effing horrible. You didn't like Bad Trip?
I didn't like it. It was not good.
But you're not like a big Eric Andre fan, right?
I appreciate what he does. Like, I understand his chaotic style of comedy.
Yeah.
It just doesn't hit me because it's just like one of these things where, especially in this movie, things are so they don't ever seem like genuine reactions by the people. Like, because like I know, and it might just be because I know how the sausage is made a little too much in movies like that.
Right.
But like when they're going to a bar and he's getting like as drunk as he is, and then he, spoiler alert, falls off of something into like this giant pile of boxes. It's like those people going to that bar are never going to be like, oh, this is normally how the bar is. Like you
no,
feel
but you know
the
what?
weirdness
You
of
know
it.
what I realized watching this movie? People are so nice.
Most people are naive.
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
This is my argument that you guys tell me I'm naive when I say people are good and nice.
That comes from whatever religious mumbo jumbo you grew up with, though.
That.
I don't believe that most people are nice, but in this movie, a lot of the people, when he falls off that thing, because he's allegedly so drunk, and it's all set up, the people in this bar, they're helping and they're calling, and they're in some like bar in the deep south, or and they were all very nice and trying to be helpful, and yeah, it took me a minute to kind of get into the spirit of it because it is so kind of set up,
right? And that's also like that thing where when that happens, he makes them look like they're all very nice, and there's not really any comedy in that scene because then he starts fake puking and getting stuff all over them, and I'm like,
but how I love fake puke.
I know you love fake puke.
I love bodily fluids in comedy. I love
it, but like it I just know nobody was buying it. Like, you could kind of tell they're just like, okay, this is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's absolutely for Eric Andre fans.
Yeah, so
and he's a very acquired taste.
He's never just done it for me. And again, I appreciate how wild he is.
Yeah,
it just I don't like respond to it. I go, oh, that's a crazy thing to do, but it doesn't like make me laugh.
Why he didn't have Hannibal Buress in the movie, I don't know. Why he subbed out Lil Rel Howery, because Hannibal is usually his sideman on the TV show.
I think if he had...
People know who Hannibal is.
Well, people know Lil Rel too, but I think having them in those roles and seeing them together, that's when people are going to start putting it together. Because even Tiffany Haddish, I mean, she's an incredibly famous person, but she had no makeup on and she was dressed in like... not like herself in this.
That's what I said.
She just kind of blends in.
I said to Gwen, I go, how come nobody is picking Tiffany Haddish out? She's like, look at her. She doesn't have a stitch of anything. She's like, you wouldn't pick her out if she was walking up in like a prison jumpsuit and fake tats. And okay, so I watched In and of Itself last night.
Boy.
On Hulu. We've been talking about this, and I keep saying I'm going to watch it for a while. There's this guy, Derek Del Gaudio, who does this one-man show that's part illusion, it's part, hokum and flim-flam, whatever. And Bill watched it and recommended it, couldn't recommend it highly enough. Said it was fantastic. People are very split on this show. I had a lot of people text and message me, said, you've got to watch this. It's fantastic. Mary watched it with Bill. You guys did a Flicks and Bill episode on this, didn't you?
Yeah, we watched it separately. But we talked about it on a Flicks and Bill episode, yes.
You hated it.
I hated it.
You didn't like the guy.
Nope.
He turned you off to the whole... You didn't trust him.
I didn't like any of it.
Even though you won't go in knowing he's an illusionist.
But you don't go in... I didn't go in knowing that. I knew nothing about it.
She just knew that I wanted her to watch it.
What I'm saying is pretty quickly you figure out that's what the guy's doing.
I think he's manipulative. I just don't like him. I don't like the thing. I don't like the concept. I felt like he wasn't saying anything.
And so a lot of people hit me up and said, Mary's absolutely right. This thing sucks. It's like crossing over with John Edward or whatever,
right.
Which I didn't find it to be like that. But you didn't finish it, correct?
I finished it all the way through.
Oh, you did? Mm-hmm. You just didn't... You realized pretty quickly...
About 15 minutes in, I was like, this is dumb.
You got a sour face.
But I watched it all the way through. I didn't shut it off.
Yeah. So I watched it last night. I did what they suggested. There's a little title card at the front says, turn off your phone.
Yep. I did all that.
No distractions. I did the thing too. I thought it was dynamite.
Really?
I loved it. I thought it was fantastic. The guy has such a jittery... What I appreciated in the performance of it is he was performing it. He's got like this jittery... Because they tell you at the beginning of the thing... This has been performed over 550 times in this little theater in front of people. And in the course of the 90 minutes, they'll do kind of intercuts between different people in different nights, different performances. Yeah. And what I thought was interesting, and maybe this is what you didn't like about him, when he had this jittery, kind of like on the spectrum vibe about him, but he obviously knew every beat in this performance, but he played it like he was almost discovering it himself.
I think that's probably what I didn't like.
I thought it was very well done. I mean, yeah, it's a little hokey. But
yeah, it's got some corn to it. But
I couldn't tell where it was going. Yeah. I thought it was very well done. I just thought it was dynamite. I don't know. I mean, it's not something you can watch again because, maybe.
I don't want to give away too much.
Very well done.
How did you feel about the part with the letters? That was the part that I was pissed when I was watching that. I was so mad.
Why?
Because that was the part where I was like, you are manipulative and you are wrong to let people
But
think
how
that
did he
this is
do
happening.
it?
I don't care how he did it.
See, that's what's amazing.
I don't care how he did it. He reached out to people.
I'm so surprised.
I don't want to give too much away. But
no, we won't have to give anything away, but I'm so surprised that this is where you draw the line. When all the other nonsense you believe, you couldn't give yourself over to this performance.
That was the most manipulative part. Because and you know what I think it is because I know, this sounds crazy. When I believe in mediums and things like that, people talking, that's a whole nother issue than knowing that this guy has no powers. And he's just
more
a
fascinating.
liar.
Yeah. But how did he do it?
By lying and manipulating and using his staff and his resources and preying on people who came in wanting to believe things. That's different than being like, it's a mystery.
The people selected them at random. Everything was random. He didn't hand them to them. He handed them a handful of letters, said pick one, and they chose one. And he told them what was going to happen.
I know.
They picked.
I have no idea how it happened, but it made me really mad.
They picked the card off the wall.
I know.
That eventually corresponded. It was fascinating.
I understand.
I thought it was amazing. No wonder this guy, because the first thing I looked was I'm shallow. So the first few seconds of the show, I'm like, this guy's got Pete Davidson butthole eyes. It was really throwing me off. But by the end of the show, I'm like, this guy. No wonder it's so emotional for him, and he's done the thing for 2 years straight.
Is it emotional for him?
It must be. I thought it was an emotional thing.
I felt like it was emotional for the people there, and he was faking it. He was detached from the emotion, but had to put it on as a performance. So he was not feeling any of the stuff. He was being a performer and an actor.
Well, here's how I go into it.
He was preying on all their feelings.
Here's how I go into it. He is a performer.
Right, but
I thought he did an amazing performance.
He's the Rulatista.
Oh my God.
I thought he did a great performance. I was fat because I didn't know where it was going to go. And I didn't want to sit there. I was going to get distracted if I was too much in my own head trying to figure out where it was going to go. So I didn't want to do that.
Right, so you're going to give yourself over to it and just be like, I'm just going to enjoy this ride. And
yes,
that's kind of how I was.
Which I don't do very often.
And same. Once I realized, I have no idea what I'm watching here, so I'm just going to enjoy it and let it be what it is and stop trying to figure things out. That's when I really started enjoying it.
I wasn't trying to figure it out. I took each little segment as it went, and at the end of each segment, I was like, he didn't say anything. What was his point? There was no point to the last 15 minutes of this performance. And I felt that way after every single part of it.
His little voiceover at the very beginning said, "You are not going to believe me. I'm going to tell you a story, and you will not believe me."
It's not that I didn't believe him. I felt like it was kind of pointless. And Bill and I talked about this on Flicks and Bill, where it was like, I just don't think that was for me. I didn't identify with that at all.
Right.
I think
that's what surprised me, because it seemed to me something to be right in your wheelhouse.
But that's why I went into it.
I was saying it like
that.
everybody should watch this, and I was really shocked by your reaction to it the most, because I really thought it was going to be you like, oh my goodness, this guy has it figured out, and I love what he said, and
that's what you and I talked about.
Plus, I've never heard of the guy. Like I googled the guy, and there's like nothing on this dude.
Yeah.
Stephen Colbert and his wife were two of the producers on this show. If you watch the credits. Yeah, I enjoyed it immensely.
Okay, do you feel
Penn
like
Jillette wrote like very, very kind words to him and was just floored by it. Like he loved the performance.
The magic part of it is cool, but do you feel like you grew up with identity issues? Like you didn't know how, and I think you and Bill both did, because you were so strongly attached to a religion that you didn't necessarily believe in. So that makes you feel like you don't really know where you belong, or you put on a face for people.
Bill deprogrammed himself way before I did out of religion. I mean, I was still in the Catholic thing well into college.
So that's what I'm saying, is that I feel like you two might have related more on that, where you maybe felt like you were putting on a face for a long time and you were pleasing other people.
Nope, I didn't read that deeply into it.
I'm asking, no, not about that thing. I'm asking about your life. Take the documentary out of it. Out of your life, do you feel like you've often put on a face or struggled with identity or weren't able to be yourself?
Yeah, but I think that's true of everyone to some degree.
To some degree,
everyone
but
has
some
varying
people
degrees
way
of
more
that.
than
Not
others.
Mary. Mary's been herself the whole time.
That's not what I'm saying. I was saying I don't feel that I've struggled with that as much as other people have. I've always had very strong convictions. I've always known what I believe. I've always known like where I stand on issues. And sure, I want people to like me, and I want people to like what I do. But I've kind of always had, I feel like, a good
known who you were.
Yeah, I feel like I've always pretty much known who I was.
Again, I don't think there's anything wrong with not liking this. I was just surprised you didn't like it. I thought it was great.
Yeah.
It's called In and of Itself. It's on, I don't know if it comes up on the main banner anymore, so you might have to search for it, but it's on Hulu.
It's very good.
90 minutes, and I thought it was dynamite. Yeah,
and it flies. And I would also recommend his book, because in his book he talks about how he became like a sleight of hand artist and goes into his background a little bit.
He co-wrote it with OJ. It's called How I Did It.
How I Made It Look Like I Didn't Do Anything at all.
That's right. All right, I've got to take a break. Happy Rex Manning Day.
Yay.
And we'll be back. 35192 if you want to text. You can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The IRS.
enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Mary didn't like that kind of guy. Evil, manipulative.
Yes.
You better tell her what's up before
Off-putting.
Off-putting.
But mediums have superpowers.
Butthole eyes, whatever it is. 35192, want to send a text in. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thanks to who's helping out today in the video department? Polky McMurdo. Hey. The name sounds familiar, but I know it's one and done with all the assistants in the video department, so thank you there. Cavaliers are back on the floor tonight. They're in Oklahoma City to play the Thunder at 8 o'clock here on WMMS, so your pregame coverage, your Cavs Live, if you want to get the whole experience, is going to start at 7:30 tonight on MMS. I saw that just about every one of the Vancouver Canucks has COVID, and so they've got to take some time off from playing. 21 guys on the Vancouver Canucks are in quarantine after testing positive. If you're not a hockey fan, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about. It's an NHL team.
I thought the whole city.
25 members of the organization, including 21 players, are positive for COVID. And so they shut the team down, and they're not sure when they're going to play their next game. They said this was a variant of the coronavirus that was traced by by some Vancouver health organization or whatever they deal with. And so they were supposed to play the Calgary Flames. If you follow hockey, that game got postponed because almost the entire team has the coronavirus. So they've got to deal with that. Your Cleveland Monsters, however, as far as I know, they're doing fine. They're COVID-free since February 23, whenever the season started. Monsters are playing tomorrow night. They're going to be at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse against the Grand Rapids Griffins. I'm pretty sure I gave away tickets for that game last week. That's a 7 o'clock puck drop. We air the Monsters games on 1350 The Gambler. That is our, apparently our sports. We have a sports betting radio station. I'm having a hard time keeping track of the radio stations that we have because we have so many of them. See, back in the day, you had one radio station in your company, maybe a couple. The very first radio company I ever worked for worked full-time for when I moved to Kalamazoo, Michigan. I started my career doing, when I was doing my own thing, doing weekends in the suburbs and whatnot. But my first full-time gig took me to Kalamazoo, Michigan, and it was a local owner. This was, before you had about 5 or 6 companies that owned everything. It was a local radio owner. We had 3 radio stations. We had the rock station, which is what I worked for. We had a top 40 station, like a Kiss FM type thing. And then we had an automated AM station. There was nobody in there. It was all AM talk shows, automated. It was all on like a big hard drive, and the show, they ran Rush Limbaugh and they ran whatever else. There was nobody. It was like a closet. The AM radio station was a closet. And we were assigned, there was kind of like a schedule that the jocks from the other 2 radio stations had to go in and make sure everything was running properly. You had to check the monitor. You had to check to make sure that the spots were running correctly. But other than that, there was nobody in there because they didn't need anybody in there. You'd have a local guy cutting, news, top-of-the-hour news stuff, but he'd do that from another studio. But now we have 9 or 10 radio stations here, and I can't keep track of them all. So the Monsters games that used to air, used to be Alt 99.1.
Yes.
They used to run their Monsters games over there. Now that's a different radio station.
Which was 99X.
It was 99X, right.
Alt 99.1.
That's right.
Now it's,
you had to wear tinfoil on your head to get it.
Is it Black Information Network?
It's the Black Information Network.
Okay.
And so now we have a sports betting station, I think. It's called 1350 The Gambler, 1350 AM. And that's where you'll hear your Monsters games on La Radio, if you're so inclined. But it's hard to keep track. They've got a thing on the ground floor of this building, and we'll be out of this building in the fall, but they have a thing on the ground floor of this building near the elevators that says iHeartMedia Cleveland. And it has, just lists all the companies in this building, and then under iHeartMedia Cleveland, lists all the radio stations. So if you were somebody coming to pick up a prize or something, we're all on the same floor, but it would list the radio station. And they kept having to add new ones. Because they go, oh, now we got this. Now we got this.
Just scribble it out.
When I first came here, the lake was the Mix. It was Mix 1065, I think is what it was. And then it became the lake. It's been a lake ever since. But the monsters are over there in the Gambler. Now, I don't know if they had to do anything with the estate of Kenny Rogers when it came to branding that radio station. I think the great Mark Munch Bishop does a show on the Gambler.
Yes, and I think the guy Malone is doing a show over there too.
Jimmy Malone?
The Jimmy Malone show's doing a show.
Really?
Yeah, that's happening over on that channel.
All right. Well, he does good work. But I'm going to have to tune that in. I'm going to have to listen to that. I don't ever listen to AM radio. I'm going to have to tune in and see what they're doing over there. See, if they're reminding people, with all the other news and information that any radio station will provide for you, I'm wondering if they're reminding people when to hold them, when to fold them, and when to walk away.
When to run.
That's right. Man makes a mean bird. That's all I know about Kenny Rogers, but
sure does.
My dad used to get asked if he was Kenny Rogers all the time when he had longer hair. Like when it was
that
longer
mullet?
up top. No, when it was longer. Like when he started to go gray and his hair was longer up top before he started to keep it real short.
People would ask him if he was Kenny Rogers.
Or they would tell him he looked like Kenny Rogers. He got Kenny Rogers and Phil Margera all the time. Those were his,
I
those
could
were
see
his
that.
two celebrity lookalikes.
More Phil than Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When he wasn't as big and was a little younger, it was the Kenny Rogers.
And would he ever tell people, "Yes, I am Kenny
sure,
Rogers"?
yeah.
Because here's the trouble. But here's the trouble with that. Then they want you to sing a song.
I'm not at
Right.
work.
I'm at the mall with my kids.
Yeah.
All right. We're
Trying
in
to eat in a
Sakyo,
food
Japan.
court.
all
I'm at the
right?
mall with my kids. Yes, I am Kenny Rogers.
And I love coming to this mall every Saturday.
That's what we did. Did
I
I
know.
tell you that? Oh.
Yes. No, I'm a medium.
Oh, okay. You trickster.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when one time when one of the trips to Mexico that we took years ago, when my hair was longer and I had grown my beard out, a guy, just a random guy, we're walking back to our bungalow and a guy stops and asks for a photo because he thinks I'm Jeff Bridges. And so I took a photo with him.
Jeff Bridges is a good actor.
Because it's on Mary's list. Because in my mind, I go, there's no way this guy knows who I am. And it turned out that he did not. He thought that I was someone else entirely. Thought I was Jeff Bridges. And I said, if I was Jeff Bridges... Now, I didn't disavow him of this notion. I took a picture with him. And I said something like, hey, keep abiding. I don't know what I said. And,
keep abiding.
Like the movie.
Yeah.
Hey, I abide, man, or whatever he said.
The dude abides.
I go, don't forget to turn off the Eagles. And he went along his merry way. Now, granted, he was probably severely inebriated. But that's okay, because it made for, again, on the rare instance that I've been mistaken for someone else when I've been in another city, because it's happened a couple of times, I always think I would love to be there when they show their friends this picture.
And they're like,
Because that's
no.
that is the best part.
I thought I ran into Robin Givens at Magnolia.
How long ago was this?
Oh God, I haven't. Not
Not recent. Yeah, okay.
I haven't even been to the club in like 3 years. So I would say maybe 2017, maybe.
Yep.
Man, God, maybe like 2016. But yeah, I was there partying, and I turn around and I see this big, bright smile. I'm like, oh my God, that looks like Robin Gibbons. And I told my friend, I'm like,
You didn't call Robin Gibbons, did you?
No, Robin
okay.
Givens.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I did
No,
say Gibbons, but I know it's Gibbons.
Okay.
And I was like, my friend was like, who's that? I was like, Mike Tyson's ex-wife.
I had no idea who Robin Givens was.
Well, she's an actress. I knew her as an actress, but for people who don't know, I could say Mike Tyson's ex-wife. And then he's like, oh, you should get a picture with her. So then I like creep around the corner and I'm like, Robin? And she turns and looks, I'm sure she gets it all the time. And then I was like, you're not Robin Givens, are you? She's like, no, but I'll take a picture with you. And I took a picture with her.
There you go.
My ex-wife used to get stopped in stores because people thought she was Mariah Carey.
Really?
Yeah.
I was working as bartending, and there was a guy who came in just to have lunch, and he looked so much like Rob Lowe that I'm like, he's got to be related. And I know Rob Lowe has like ties to Northeast Ohio, and I'm like, he's got to be a brother or a cousin or something. And I went up to him,
I'm Bob
and
Lowe.
I was like, I know this is gonna be weird, but can I take a picture of you because I feel like you look just like Rob Lowe. And he was like, I get that all the time. I'm looking for the picture now.
Boy, of all the people to be mistaken for, you're doing
good
pretty
one,
well
yeah.
with Rob Lowe.
I mean, he was a good-looking guy, but I was like, he's got to be a cousin.
Is the member
And
the same?
And he said, he's like, no relation. I get that all the time. But,
Rob Lowe grew up in Dayton, yeah?
Something like that. One of my oldest friends, her mom dated Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
And that was like I knew him as number 2 at the time. But that was like, she would tell everybody that story. And I'm like, so he has ties here.
His junk looked like a number 2 pencil?
Yes, that's why.
That's bragging rights. Like, if you dated a celebrity before they were a celebrity, I got to see this picture.
That guy does not look like Rob Lowe.
Yes, he does.
Me see.
He looks like Adam Savage from Man vs. Food.
He looks like Rob Lowe.
He looks like
Ask
Chris
the gay.
Tyler, like a fat Chris Tyler.
Let me see closer. I can't see.
Boom.
No.
Really?
No.
Does not look like Rob. Not to the point where you turn somebody's head and go, oh my God, there's Rob Lowe.
I thought that I look at it and I'm like, that's Rob Lowe.
Yeah, because your aunt put that thought in your
But
head.
I'm saying that it's like he's a relative of it. I mean, the caption that I put, by the way, this picture has 8 likes on it.
See, you got to delete it. Per Poundcake's rules.
From those commercials Rob Lowe used to do, he's like, hi, I'm Rob Lowe. And then this guy was like, and I'm Cleveland Rob Lowe. Because I thought that was very
He looks
funny.
like Alex XY or something, the guy without a belly button.
Okay. Rob Lowe and his wife just dumped a bunch of money on a bunch of houses in California, by the way.
Why a bunch?
I don't know. They sold one house for like $45 million, and they bought 3 more for $47 million.
He has that much money? Rob Lowe is that rich?
I mean, he's consistently worked, and he's got a skincare line. He's on a show now. He's on what is it? Rescue 911 Dallas or something. He's on, He's on one of those shows. And he was on Parks and Rec, and he's
Lone Star 911 Lone Star. I guess those shows are wild. Like, I've never watched them, but I guess they like come up with these really like over the top situations.
They have to. I told you, 15 years ago, the guy gets killed on the roof by a fallen helicopter on ER or Grey's Anatomy or some crap. That started that whole thing because they're like, look, we can just crank these shows out and come up with like soap opera scenarios.
God, Rob Lowe is beautiful.
He's a good-looking guy, but he's
now I'm like looking up pictures of him, like, oof.
But I'm pretty sure Rob Lowe is very diversified.
What does that mean?
He's got a lot of things going on, so he makes a pretty good.
And he's been doing it for a long time.
But like to have a house that is worth $50 million, that means you have to have more than $50 million.
Well, that's what they sold it for. I don't know how much
Kathy
it's worth.
Griffin in that special on Hulu, the Women in Comedy Hysterical.
Hysterical, yeah.
She talks about she's like over the course of my career I've made $75 million, and I was just like, whoa.
I know, I thought that was crazy too.
I'm like,
she's a hard worker.
I know she's a hard worker, but $75 million as a
She's
comedian.
also been in entertainment for like 35 years.
I know. But we also know people that have been in entertainment for 35 years and they ain't made no $75 million.
True.
I know.
Kathy Griffin.
But I mean,
that's only $2 million a year. And I guarantee some of her specials that she recorded made more than that.
I know,
what she
but
got
it's,
paid
it's
and what she charged for
still,
tickets and
crazy
meet and
to
greets.
think like $75 million for any comedian is ridiculous.
Well, Kevin Hart, he made $75 million
but
in a year.
Dave Chappelle made that on one special.
Right, but those are two guys that have like household names.
Kathy Griffin is a household name.
But
not
because
only
she did the decapitation thing.
No, but listen,
she has
Kevin
been.
Hart is a guy who doesn't know how to say no to anybody either. He will do anything anyone asks him to do if there's money. If they're going to pay him, he will do it. So that's how you become a household name. You go to Google. How is Rob Lowe so rich? Is what it says. But it says he has a net worth of $100 million. So he's he's got money.
And his kids are good looking. Damn it, those
hot.
stupid jeans. I hate it.
Who do you have kids with?
I like how he goes, damn it.
It's some bitch. I don't know. She's
Some
not.
bitch. I don't know.
Well, because like some people just really do have it all. He had a wow. wild time growing up and made sex tapes, and he just came back from it. He's not a drug addict. He seems like a stand-up guy. Sober.
No, but he was an alcoholic. Yeah, I mean, but he's been married to his wife for a long time. That was back when sex tapes, though, would get you canceled.
He didn't, though. And not only that, but it was
she was 16, I think.
That was one tape. The other ones are still on the internet.
Yeah, but if you looked like him, you'd be doing the same thing.
But a lot of people did look like him, and they got canceled.
No, not a lot of people look like Rob Lowe.
I put
the guy's 57 years old.
I put the two pictures next to each other. I was like, yeah, they don't look alike. like not even close.
Who wore this face better? He was doing Atkins commercials, so.
Well, and Parks and Rec.
He was one of the Colonel Sanders.
Yeah, Parks and Rec wasn't like huge money.
And he wasn't getting crazy paid for that.
Well, I thought that when things were that like successful, don't they make money off of like the reruns and the streams and stuff?
If you have that deal,
bit,
but that had a pretty big cast too.
Yeah, that had a huge cast, and it was also like a show that was always on the brink of getting canceled.
What about all the Austin Powers?
He's like a bit player in those.
But he was in all of them. He's like a
and again, like
character
he might have gotten some. If he was smart and had the back end deals, then yes, he's going to make a lot of money off that. But a lot of times they just give you a flat rate and be like, "This is what you're getting paid to be in this movie."
But I mean, he's consistently worked for 40 years.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been in showbiz since he was a kid. So, Alan, when my mom was a teenager, she serviced Jimmy Superfly Snuka.
Is that a story you tell your kids?
Once they get older.
First, you have to explain to them who that is.
But I don't know.
As time goes by, the pop culture figures lose their luster because people go, "I have no idea who that is."
Oh, you would be the most excited if you found out that your mom served some famous person.
No, not my mom. Like if it was my dad, like I don't want to know my mom was a groupie.
You'd rather hear that your dad serviced Jimmy Superfly Snuka?
No, but like if my dad was slaying, Carmen Electra or something, like that's the story I want to know. I don't want to know my mom was like.
Who was the guy you were supposed to get tickets for?
Derek
for your
Huff.
mom?
Oh yeah, Derek Huff.
Yeah, now if you had found out that she had done something with Derek Huff, you wouldn't be like, "Ooh, good for you, Mom."
I would be like,
he doesn't want to picture his mom like that.
Yeah, no.
You don't have to picture. You just know that she did it.
No, because I'm like, how did you get?
You're kind of a slut shamer.
When it's his mom.
It's my mom.
I can understand.
Go get it.
You'd be excited if your mom told you sex stories.
No, but that's not true of. But even for Poundcake, it's not true that you would be excited about any celebrity. You use the example of your dad and Carmen Electra. Anyone would be pleased as punch with Carmen Electra. If you found out that your dad had sex with like Bridget Everett, if you don't know who that is, look her up. You go, what if you're like, my dad had a one-night stand with Linda Hunt? You'd go, well, okay.
Yeah, but I mean, like if.
My dad turned Fran Lebowitz.
If your mom hooked up with Rob Lowe, you wouldn't be excited for her?
When she was growing up?
Yeah, or
right
today.
now, yeah, sure.
They're about the same age.
At any point in her life.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to know details, but yeah, I'd be like, oh, good for you. I probably wouldn't believe her unless she had like pictures.
You don't need to get into like the details of like what happened during the sex. You need to get into the details of how that it happened. That's the interesting part.
I wouldn't want to know that.
You wouldn't want to know how they met and how the night went, how they were talking to each other?
Because I know how hoes operate, and I know groupies that have approached me, so I don't want to think about my mom banging on his door like, you about to give me some, Rob. I've been waiting for you at the door.
But again, it doesn't necessarily mean she is a groupie in this situation. That's why hearing the actual story and finding out what happened, like maybe he saw her at a Walmart buying a chicken, and he's like, those are my favorite chickens too.
I want those greasy fingers all over me.
They just start talking, and they're like, "You gonna go over here to Applebee's and get a drink?"
Maybe they had a lovely night together. Maybe that's her story. What if they had her story? He's like, you might have seen me on The West Wing. Mm-hmm. Perhaps you've seen me in those KFC commercials. And your mom's like, well, I do like chicken.
I feel like the only way my mom will forgive me for the whole Derek Huff thing is if I got her a date with Derek Huff.
You're saying she still hasn't forgiven you for whiffing on Derek Huff tickets?
They're not a very forgiving family.
No, she will bring it up anytime.
You're not Irish.
Anytime I do something bad, she's just like, and I still never got my Derek Huff tickets. Like she'll say it underneath her breath. Like if I
Wow, so she's really holding on to that.
I love her.
if I'm not coming home, she's like, "Oh, that's okay. Yeah, you didn't come home for when I had the Derek Huff concert, so that's fine. Why would you come home now?"
Well, at least she's got an epitaph for when she passes away. Her headstone can say she never got to see Derek Huff because of her ignorant child, Cody.
Selfish.
She wants
her
to.
selfish child, Cody.
She's gonna haunt me after death because she told me I have to sing for her before she dies. Like sing a pop song, not even like "Yesterday" by Boyz II Men. She wants me to sing like "Drunk on Love" by Rihanna, and I'm like, I'm not singing that. She's like, "You're not even gonna sing for your mom?" I'm like, "No, I'm not singing no stupid song."
What if you do some of that?
No.
Alan, my aunt used to bang Julio Franco.
Nice.
When he was on the Indians.
There you go.
That sounds like it's an old name.
Julio Franco, like
in the 70s, 80s,
80s and early 90s. I want to say.
I feel like some stories you just like you telling your sons is different than telling the daughter. Like that's something that a mom and daughter would talk about. Like before I met your father, I used to bang, James Franco, something like that.
He's got Franco on the brain.
I am Dr. Penis.
Right, but aren't you kind of that relationship with your mom?
No, she wants to be on that relationship, and I'm not that relationship at all.
That gossipy kind of thing.
She wants, she thinks now that I'm
She
gay,
wants to treat you like a pal and not like her son.
like a daughter. Like, oh, girl, like, well, when I was getting my back shots, I'm like, I don't want to hear about this.
Are you sure she's not talking about her vaccine?
No.
Like cortisone or something?
Mom, you're supposed to get him in the arm.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Well,
Talking about when I went to Applebee's with Rob Lowe.
Sound like they was tearing up the sidewalk. I'm like, oh, God. My ears.
Before we go to break, can I read real quick the description for this week's Poundcake?
The description, yes.
Yes. And it's a wonder that she would want to treat you this way. Poundcake dishes about his excitement, worries, and experiences as a kept woman.
Again, I was going to point that out to him because if she listens to the show, and she and or her friends do, that's kind of his thing, is that gossipy thing. But that it's still his mom.
Yes. It's
so
different.
Obviously he has, that is his niche, is that kind of thing. Maybe not call yourself a kept woman.
Maybe
if you don't
one day
want to.
I'll get over it. Maybe one day I will get over it.
When she gets over Derek Huff, you'll get over that.
But I know people that have that relationship with their parents, and they talk about their sex life with their parents.
My sister does that.
I think it's gross.
I think it's
I'm
gross.
the same way. My sister does. My sister tells my mom everything, and I'm like, dude.
Like
you don't wanna
everything,
keep
like every
anything,
detail?
like,
I don't see the
secret?
point, and I wouldn't want to be your sister's husband, knowing that my mother-in-law knew. Oh God, no
Right?
thanks. Anywho,
Yeah, my girlfriend and her mom are that kind of relationship.
Makes it weird though to be like. Then you see her, and you're like, you know what?
And
my
they got a
Jeep
better
looks
relationship than I have
Yes,
with my
that's
parents.
true.
So like, I mean, they at least talk to each other on a regular basis. Like I'll I have such a surface level friendship or like relationship with my parents. So it's like, hey, at least they got something.
Bill keeps trying to tell his dad about his boners, but he didn't want to hear about it.
You know better!
35192 if you want to text. You can watch at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS and everywhere you
You know who this is? Poundcake? You sound familiar at all?
Not at all. Not in the slightest.
A band like this, you'd think that the singer alone, you know, it's such a signature sound that even if you're unfamiliar with the band in general, you might pick out that singer.
Why, is he hot?
I think a lot of people think so, yeah.
What's his name?
His name's Edward Vedder.
Oh, Eddie Vedder. Pearl Jam?
There you go.
Hey, he got it. I knew if I breadcrumbed him, he'd get there. Just think, before you were on this show, you'd never even heard of the band before.
No.
Pearl Jam is one of the many bands, if you're looking ahead to Record Store Day, there's a couple of drops. They're starting to do the drip, drip, drip on what's going to be coming. I'm frankly surprised they still do this because, boy, the number of independent record stores, I know they ticked up a bit over the past few years when vinyl kind of came booming back.
Yeah, they did, absolutely.
But again, once that spike kind of goes away, and I assume that maybe the pandemic might have taken a chunk out of them, you know, you're not going to end up with the same amount of them. I saw Amoeba Records in Los Angeles, which was one of my favorite record stores out there. They just reopened for people to be walking around and looking at stuff. But June 12th is going to be the first of the two Record Store Day drops. June 12th, July 17th are the two days. So if there is an independent record store that you do patronize, you should look into it. Pearl Jam's going to be dropping. And again, it's not, they never drop brand new things. It's like things that, reissues of things in different forms and, you know.
Well, they're usually unique things for that day. Like I have a few Record Store Day drops and it's like singles.
Yes.
And stuff like that. And it's just, you know, it's good to go and support them. And then you get something that is, you know, an old-fashioned NFT.
Yeah, it's there you go. Yeah, these are fungible tokens. These are just things that, you know, get you in the doors. Pearl Jam's going to drop a 12-inch vinyl single of Alive off the 10 album. If you're a Lamb of God fan, they're one of my favorite bands. They're dropping a colored vinyl of As the Palaces Burn. Linkin Park will be dropping a colored double album of Meteora.
Ooh.
Rage Against the Machine's going to do the same. A colored double album of the Battle of Mexico City. Deftones are dropping stuff. Beastie Boys, AC/DC, and lots more. Brian Johnson, when he was hired by AC/DC to replace the late Bon Scott, he had come from a band called Geordie. If you're way into AC/DC or you're way into that kind of obscure stuff, he came from a band called Geordie, and they were a very different band than AC/DC. So I don't know if he knew the guys in AC/DC, because he's Scottish, and they're Australian. And so I wonder if, again, I don't know that story, if they knew him or something, but just hearing him from his previous band, you'd be surprised that they would pick him out. He had a great voice, but, you know, somebody pointed out that AC/DC never did a ballad or a love song. I think maybe really early on they tried their hand at something like that. But Brian Johnson in his band Geordie had a song called Goodbye Love. And it sounded very different than AC/DC.
However he would do it. If you would have hang on.
So you're listening to this going, this guy should replace Bon Scott.
Yeah, right. The first thought that came into my mind. Dislike it.
It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. 1975. So AC/DC was a couple albums in by then. They heard Brian Johnson and they thought, hey, go get us that guy from Geordie, which I think the name of the band is slang for something.
And obviously AC/DC's big break was having If You Want Blood featured in the movie Empire Records. It's Rex Manning Day.
It is Rex Manning Day today. That's right. April the 8th.
Have you ever seen that movie?
Empire Records?
It's a
Is it
slice
about penguins?
It's a slice of 90s nostalgia. It's nice.
It's about dresses that are cut right across the middle.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
No, it's Liv Tyler, It's a young Renee Zellweger. Well, they're all young.
Yeah.
But pre-famous. You know,
Yeah.
I guess Liv Tyler was probably like the most famous person in that because her dad was Steven Tyler. But it was Renee Zellweger.
Before or after Armageddon?
I think before,
yeah. Empire Records was firmly like in the grunge.
It's like
kinda
1995, yeah, just real smack dab in the middle of like 90s grunge and teen angst and all that stuff. It's about a record store, and everybody's got their own little stories, and they all come together. And the main idea is that the record store could get sold, but they got to fight against the man to save the record store.
That's right.
Is that the same as High Fidelity?
No, it's very different.
Very different.
Isn't that about a record store?
Yes.
Didn't it take place in the 90s?
2000.
Same movie.
Very different movie.
Different vibe.
It's honestly...
High Fidelity was about older people in their mid-30s. Empire Records was kids. They were like early 20s. You know, what am I going to do with my life? Robin Tunney with a shaved head?
Yeah.
She was foxy in that.
And also, it's not like a record store. It's a music store. So they're selling CDs and stuff like that. They have records, but it's not like High Fidelity. That's a record store just trying to sell records in 2000 when they weren't popular at all.
Now,
Empire Records was a lot of like girls in Doc Martens and plaid skirts and like crop top Angora sweaters. That whole vibe. Yeah.
Now, for the record, I have seen neither of those movies.
You should see them both.
Okay.
I think they're very... I like
both very
Empire
good.
Records. Empire Records is a bit more bubblegummy. I love High Fidelity. That's one of my favorite
Isn't that
movies.
idiot in that movie?
Who's an idiot?
Jack Black.
Jack Black is in High Fidelity.
Well, then I'm out.
That was his big breakout role, I think, safe
Then
to
I
say.
blame that movie for all the
We'll
terribleness
watch the
that
movie
have
and see
come.
what he's in. See what he's like in that, because I think that's the role that best suits him of all his roles, because he's not the main character. You're only getting maybe 15 minutes of Jack Black in the entire film.
But he is 100% Jack Black in that movie.
Yeah.
That's why people started like. So if you don't like him, you won't like him in that movie. But again, to Bill's
it's a good
point,
movie.
But
he doesn't have a huge part in it, so
Right.
you can zip through those.
And even the main character doesn't really like him. Like he's
Right.
not.
You'll be able to identify with John Cusack in that movie.
It's a Cosby sweater.
A Cosby sweater. Tim Robbins with a ponytail.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened to the girl that played Cusack's girlfriend in that movie?
I think that was like her only movie.
She was Danish, so I know she did like a bunch of movies in Denmark or something, and then they put her in High Fidelity, and I never saw her in anything ever again over here. But she was real cute.
I mean, even the people that were in Empire Records, like some of them ended up having pretty good career arcs, but some of them, like they still worked. Like the guy that played Lucas, he worked on like procedurals for the rest of it, you know, to this day, but he was never like a star or anything like that.
Catherine Zeta-Jones in High Fidelity.
Oh, that's right.
Remember, she was like the super hot girlfriend that got away, and Catherine Zeta-Jones and Lisa Bonet, and great cast, great movie. Love High Fidelity.
My intro to Catherine Zeta-Jones was it called Entrapment?
Yes, with
Her
Sean
and
Connery.
Sean Connery, and she's doing the laser scene.
Entrapment.
My sister and I used to set stuff up in our house and like try to like laser, like to like go underneath it and like snake like she did the same way.
Mask of Zorro was my introduction to her.
Mask of Zorro, right.
That's good. Because he cuts her shirt off, but her hair's hanging over her boobies.
Ooh.
But it was still very racy for a PG-13 movie.
Entrapment was basically just the Thomas Crown affair, wasn't it?
I don't know.
He's an art thief. She's an insurance investigator, and she's like trying to track cat and mouse game.
I was like 9. I don't remember why I ever watched it. It might have been on TV, to be honest with you.
Catherine Zeta-Jones, and I gonna get it on tonight.
And he also,
boy, Sean Connery. He's dead now, right? Sean Connery died?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Connery,
last year,
for the longest time, he would get every old guy, young girl role. Every single one.
Well, he was still
Lorraine
a very
Bracco,
handsome
Medicine
guy.
Man. He was a good-looking guy, but I mean...
Was he, though?
Sean Connery? Boy, I think so. He was a handsome dude when he was young in James Bond, and as he got
wasn't
older...
afraid to punch a lady if she
That's
deserved
right.
it.
Once in a while, if she needed a slap. That's right.
I mix up Sean Connery and Burt Reynolds. Burt Reynolds is hot. I don't think I'm that into Sean Connery.
Are you looking at young Sean Connery?
I'm looking at this black and white right here.
All right.
That's okay.
This conversation.
Okay. You did an interview in which you said, not the worst thing to slap a woman now and then. As I remember, you said you don't do it with a clenched fist. It's better to do it with an open hand. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
I didn't love that.
I haven't changed my opinion.
You haven't?
No.
Not at all.
I like how that's and she goes, yeah. Because she figures she's going to get him to go, yeah, I regret saying that. He goes, I don't regret it a bit.
He doesn't look the same at all.
He lived in the Bahamas like his whole, right? Like with his wife. What does he care? Fly off to do a movie and go back to the Bahamas and live.
You know who I like more than Burt Reynolds?
Jeff Bridges.
I do like Jeff Bridges. What's his name? He was a Bond guy too.
George Lazenby.
No, Harry.
Timothy Dalton.
Pierce Brosnan.
Brosnan. When I saw him coming out of the pool in Mrs. Doubtfire, I was like, something's going on here. I like this hairy man.
Okay.
He's all got like a big old beard now and stuff.
Does he?
He's going to be Dr. Fate in one of the DC movies.
Yeah, he is hot.
You think it's good to slap a woman?
No, I don't think it's good.
You don't think it's bad?
I don't think it's that bad. I think that it depends entirely on the circumstances and if it merits it. Yeah.
What would merit it?
Well, if you have tried everything else.
Tried everything else?
Okay, let's look at it logically.
I tried reasoning with her. She wouldn't listen.
I've never hit anybody, so I wouldn't even know how to kind of, I can't picture that. But
I asked her to have dinner ready when I got home from work. She didn't.
If you've tried everything else, maybe he knows a lot. Maybe he did a lot more work before getting to the slapping than any of us know about. The headline's the slapping. There's Sean Connery slapping women. What? But if he goes, if you've tried everything else.
With your 6 years of therapy, and then it's like, time for the slap.
Well, if you have tried everything else, and women are pretty good at this, they can't leave it alone. Yeah? They want to have the last word, and you give them the last word, but they're not happy with the last word. They want to say it again, and get into a really provocative situation. Then, I think it's absolutely right.
Okay, so not everything else. Not
had
like
a
walking away.
She wouldn't shut her stupid trap.
She wouldn't shut her entrapment.
I love it.
And I had to slap her right there in the face.
Enslapment, am I right?
That's enslapment, that's right. You're gonna get a bust in the chops. Mary needs serious eye surgery. Sean Connery was a piece. I mean, I'd wager he's worse looking now. But, you know.
Yeah, he's fine. Mm-hmm. We've talked about some hot guys today. We've talked about Rob Lowe and Pierce
Talked about me and Bill.
Damn, horny again.
Get out of here.
Hey, Aaron.
Hey.
What's going on?
Well, one of the things when I'm on hold gets sidetracked, and I start hearing about Sean Connery, so I want to give you my impression.
I was just doing one.
Well, I'll throw you one better.
All right.
Let's see.
Do you see the beast? Have you got him in your sight?
Not bad.
Pretty good.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's the Chicago way. Yeah, okay. But that's you. You were doing Hunt for Red October, right? What were you doing?
No, it was an impression of an impression. I think that was from. Oh boy, that I can't tell you. But what the first thing I wanted to say was to Mary.
Yes.
Your album is outstanding.
Oh, thank you.
I honestly expected something a little bit more PG.
Oh, thank you.
It was really, really good and much better than expected. But
PG stands for pretty good in this circumstance. Yes, much better than expected.
That's
a backhanded compliment, boy.
Well, a lot of
like a
people-
Sean Connery backhanded compliment.
A lot of people who listen to the show, when they come see me do I have a mouth like a sailor. And so when I do stand-up and I can say whatever I want, there's a lot of cursing. So I think it catches people off guard a little bit.
I totally agree. I am really stoked. And for anyone that has never heard your comedy, download the album. Go see anything that you go do stand up live. You're absolutely incredible.
Oh, thank you so much.
Shuck it, duck it.
I think Aaron's hitting on you. You know she's got a boyfriend, Aaron.
It's just being complimentary.
I certainly don't want to speak for her, but
well, what you're doing. The crowd work in the album was
he keeps going
is much better than I ever thought that it would be. It was. I mean,
are you a guy that was like, women aren't funny, and now that you think they're funny? Because like,
no, just we're unable to do crowd work here on the show because it's just us in a room. So like when you're in front of live people, you know, when you come to a live broadcast of the show, if we ever do one again, a lot of crowd work being done there, right?
Interaction.
Oh, come on.
I understand. I'm sorry. She's brilliant.
Thank you. You don't have to be sorry.
We agree with
Santora. I'm sorry. It was better than I thought it would be.
That's okay.
Yeah.
There were two things that I wanted to call him about. One was I just watched a thing with Eddie Vedder singing "Comfortably Numb" with Pink Floyd, which is unbelievable. Well, I don't even like Pearl Jam. And I know that Poundcake has no clue who they are.
He's getting there.
Okay,
he's like Dr. Hibbert on the phone.
The other thing is, I called in last week about Alan getting pedicures.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that.
And then you like DM'd me. Are you still on the pedicure thing?
Yes.
Wow. Aaron's going in. All right.
Well, okay. So I wanted to bring up that show on TLC called My Feet Are Killing Me.
Right.
Have you guys seen that?
No.
I've seen of it. I've seen parts of it. I haven't sat down and watched episodes, but I saw a part where like a guy's getting like his feet look like old concrete.
They're real gross.
They're cutting off parts of it, and it's real bad.
I saw one where a lady, her foot was pretty much the entire thing was like an open wound.
Ah!
It was so gross. She had to have her bandages changed like 3 times a day by her daughter, and it was just like it wouldn't heal because she had such poor health, and ugh.
It is the craziest show I've ever seen on television.
No, I've never seen My Feet Are Killing Me.
It's real gross.
Well, now I'll go. Is it on Discovery Plus? Because I'll go find it.
It's not even. You don't even have to pay for it. It's on.
Oh, I'm not going to pay for it.
I watched it in a hotel room, so it's one of those cable channels.
I think it's on the Learning Channel.
It's on free cable. It's on TLC. It's like
free
as
cable.
if the Elephant Man had surgery on his feet.
Right. Okay, Aaron, I'll find it.
Okay.
Thank you. This was Eddie Vedder and Roger Waters at the 12-12-12 concert. Remember that? 2012, it was a benefit for Hurricane Sandy relief when that blew through New York and New Jersey. Roger Waters and Eddie Vedder. Hey, Jim.
Hey, so first of all, the imitation the guy was doing was from the movie Train Spotting.
Okay.
With the guy imitating Sean Connery in Train Spotting.
Oh.
I also just received and listened to my autographed numbered copy of Hillbilly Bougie and thought it was fantastic.
Yay! Thank you.
What number was yours, Jim?
Interestingly, I was number 69.
Yeah!
It's a coincidence. Nice. She's going to say it's a coincidence between the 68th and 70th, but I think she was sending a subliminal message.
I had nothing to do with it. The record label sent him out.
Oh, all
That would be my story, too. Yesterday, when you were giving Poundcake a hard time, I think you were projecting your own guilt.
Okay.
That's my theory.
Your own guilt.
Writing secret notes.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Jim. I've got to take a break. If you want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. Want to send a text 35192, then we'll be back.
masturbation. It's a subject many people feel uncomfortable with and don't talk about.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text. You can leave us a message anytime on the After Hours line, which is 216-986-8903. I got a letter from, well, they asked me to keep them anonymous. Alan, Mary was talking about her brother and how he works 30 hours a day. And I'm curious what he does. I'm a mechanic, and I get paid a flat rate. Each job I do pays a specific time, whether I do it fast or slow. Is his job similar to that? I average 70 hours a week, so it does sound weird. People who don't know, but not to me.
To work 30 hours a day? My brother...
I think he's talking more about like the length of hours that, we joke about 30 hours a day,
well,
but
because he
said
did try to
something
tell
along
us that
the
he
lines.
worked 28 hours one day, and we're like,
There you
those
go.
numbers aren't real.
28 hours a day.
So he fixes copiers, and he, for like a corporation or something, I don't know, he's on call all the time. So he counts his on-call hours as working because he gets paid for them. So he'll work a regular shift. He works like a 10-hour shift, and then he'll be on call for the next 18 hours. So that he counts as a 28-hour workday.
He fixes copiers for a company or for a copier company?
A copier
For the love
company.
of the game.
Okay.
No, yeah, it's
Love of
just
the
his
game.
hobby.
No, I didn't know if he worked for like a company. He was the guy in the building who fixed the copiers, or if he worked for a copier company and goes around to places.
That's what he does.
Oh,
He
okay.
works for a specific
I'm surprised
brand.
that's still a job.
Well, a lot of
use copiers.
offices have copiers, and a lot of them break. So that's his job, is to go fix them. But yeah, so he'll work a regular shift, and then he'll be on call in case anything happens. So he counts that all as the same day. And we've tried to explain to him how being
All
on
I know is we
call-
never had a guy around here who fixed copiers.
Call my brother.
Not once did we ever have. Bill and I are in there trying to figure it out ourselves.
Like an office space?
Yeah, like we got it up on the struts, on the lift. We're on the dolly. Look,
We gotta
does it
figure
look
out-
like, is it tray 1 or tray 2?
And also, we're trying to buy the time of how long this printer that we have right now is going to last, and if it's going to make it until we have to go downtown, because I feel like this one's on its last legs.
Guys like,
Yeah.
I think
It's
it'll last.
You'll put toner in and be like, we need more. It's like, we're just putting you in. It's like, I don't care, I want more. More toner, always.
Yeah. Alan, I got my Hillbilly Bougie signed CD. It's great.
Hey.
Alan, I haven't listened to my copy yet, but I still think Mary's amazing.
Oh, thanks, guys. You guys
Listen,
are so sweet.
that's one of these has got to be Gerard. Remember Gerard?
Yeah. he
His
was
favorite
nice.
thing about me is that I hired you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, some people would say that.
He did.
He did say that.
I know.
He literally said that.
No,
Right?
yeah. People have
'Cause you're
been
the
very, very
realist.
nice. I really do appreciate it.
And I'm recording an album with the same label as Mary.
What's the album
And this-
called?
I actually have rescinded the title.
Good.
You didn't like it?
Nope.
Okay, well, I don't have a title as of yet.
Okay. Why
but
are you
it's-
changing the title?
Because there's other ideas that I had come up, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I absolutely believe you could come up with better ones than the one you
Well, I
gave
really
us.
like that one because it does tie into a bit, but I just don't
I know. But
have
you know
other
I'm not a
ideas.
fan of that.
I know.
Yeah.
It's okay. I don't do
But it's
anything
not
for
my
you.
album either.
I know.
Yeah.
But that one's still at the top of the list. I just don't know if that's what I'm going to go with because I have other ideas. But anyway, the album recording is May 7th through 9th at Hilarities. You can get tickets at hilarities.com. And I think the Friday show is getting pretty close to sold out. So I would get those tickets and sell them out in advance because that's a nice feeling.
Yeah, do it. I'm hosting.
Yes, Mary's going to be hosting.
Does that mean you're going to be on the finished product? Will you be on the album?
She's going to be
My
introducing
voice
me.
introducing him.
Mhm.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bill Squire, or whatever he would like me to say.
Did he introduce you on your album?
He did.
Mm-hmm. So it's a quid pro quo.
Sure.
Yeah.
Squid Pro.
I was hoping that she'd be in town because I knew she was starting to go out and, get on the road a little bit. And I was lucky enough to have that week open for me and for her. So,
Snag it.
yeah.
Well, you're out end of this month.
I'm going to Fort Collins. Yeah, right.
Hey!
It's just north of Denver. I'll
Yeah.
be there April 30th and May 1st, headlining the Comedy Fort in Fort Collins.
We just had some good friends move to Fort Collins.
Hey, tell them to come to my show.
I will.
One show Friday, 2 shows Saturday.
I will tell them.
Do it.
Second favorite thing about Alan, he told his friends to go to Mary's show.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, I'm a booster. What do you know what I mean?
Yes, we all are.
Of course. I wanna help out. We air these ads all the time. Aired one this last break for, don't text and drive, and it's some girl. It's clearly texting, and then she crashes or whatever. And they determined that Tiger Woods was going twice the speed limit when he crashed his car. Most recently, he was on his way to like a celebrity golf outing or something, or a charity event. And I wonder if he was texting. I know he's got a steady girlfriend, but I mean, if past his prologue, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe he was doing something. They said he was driving 87 miles per hour in a 45.
He's trying to travel back in time.
Gotta get back in time.
Like, hey,
the Libyans were chasing him.
Yeah,
at the Twin Pines Mall.
They go back to a younger Tiger Woods and be like, all right, stop doing all this stuff. Also, we got to fix your back and get rid of all these cell phones.
Well, because they had determined at the time that he wasn't impaired, so he wasn't drunk or anything like that. But he clearly got momentarily confused because when he crashed, they discovered that he hit the gas and not the brake.
So he was going 87 at the end of it.
When he struck the median, he was going 87 miles per hour in a 45. I mean, already.
So he's probably already going like 65
I was going to say clearly speeding
70,
already, yeah. And so they,
The primary causal factor for this traffic collision was driving at a speed unsafe for the road conditions and the inability.
I love cop talk. The primary causal factor. I do hate when they say high rate of speed, though. That's just redundant. But you'll hear them say that a lot. He was going at a high rate of speed. And it's just extra words you don't need. But that seems to be...
How would you say
it? High speed.
Can you go at a high rate?
You don't need high rate of speed. I mean, high speed. But I think that maybe they're taught that. Maybe that's like some cop lingo that they're just remembering from their training or filling out paperwork in the most official way possible. But verbally, high rate of speed, even written, high rate of speed's unnecessary.
I was saying if you could go at a high rate of anything else. He was traveling at a high rate of gas usage.
A high rate of texting.
High rate of texting,
You would still say high gas usage. Yeah. Rate is unnecessary. Okay. You know what I mean?
To negotiate the curve of the roadway. Estimated speeds at the first area of impact were 84 to 87 miles per hour. And the final estimated speed when the vehicle struck the tree was 75 miles per hour.
The impact of the vehicle when it hit the tree caused the vehicle to go airborne and do a somewhat pirouette, landing on its side.
He spun the car, and he was driving like an Escalade or something.
Yeah.
Wow.
The event data recorder showed the acceleration...
That's the black box, Poundcake. The EDR, the event data recorder, that's the black box. You thought that they were going to find like mints and
Guns.
passports and stuff in there. That's what he was hoping they would find. Man, I can't wait till they get in that black box.
Mints.
The way that you described it is you thought there were going to be like secrets and things.
Yeah, like poppers, not mints.
Anybody who takes poppers knows you got to have a mint afterward. It completely messes with your breath.
Chewing. I gotta go.
Your nose and your mouth are connected. You're snorting poppers. It messes with your breath.
This is why
you got it. Finish it with a mint. This is why what?
I was gonna say this is why he thought Mary's album was gonna be a flop because you.
I was trying to make a trident joke, but then I am having a difficult time saying chewing trident. Those are hard things to say back to back.
Chewing trident?
Chewing.
Really hard.
You're getting
so hard. Chewing trident.
Chewing trident.
Chewing trident.
I wouldn't be able
4
to
out of 5 dentists
That's what I was
recommend
going to say. 4 out of 5 dentists recommend chewing trident
for their
after
patients
poppers.
who chew. Yeah, right. Chewing trident.
But I cannot make those two words come out together.
You can't make chewing trident happen.
Chewing trident. I have to go real slow.
Chewing trident.
Chewing.
Try masticating.
Masticating trident.
Pedal percentage was at 99% at the area of impact. There was no evidence of braking throughout this collision. It is
wow, this dude is lucky he didn't die.
Yeah.
Or get really jacked up or something.
Speculated and believed that Tiger Woods inadvertently hit the accelerator instead of the brake pedal, causing that 99% rating on the accelerator pedal.
99%. So the thing's like on the floor because he thought he was hitting the brake.
Oh, because he slammed into it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
87 miles an hour. Look at that. And by the way, what is... God bless Tiger, but just, we know enough about him now. What is with the restaurant managers and the waitresses and he doesn't meet any like executive
models.
Ladies that,
He doesn't want them.
That's not what he wants.
They expose people.
Who?
Some people don't like to date people in the industry because the industry is small and it's very.
But these Waffle House waitresses weren't exactly keeping his secrets. They all ran to the tabloids when this thing blew up. Oh yeah, I had sex with him too. He's not bringing NDAs to the IHOP.
No, they weren't. They were actually not ratting him out. There was people following him and finding out, and then when they were confronted about it, they spilled the secrets. But they weren't the ones running to the tabloids.
No, what I'm saying is, if you are messing around with women like that, at some point somebody will be able to leverage them. A tabloid will be able to offer them a lot of money, and that's not going to mean so much to somebody who's in a corporate job.
Yeah, but that's
somebody
not who
who's
he wants.
waiting tables at the IHOP.
He wants a salt of the earth girl.
Oh please, his wiener wants. I mean, it's the girl he's with now. His current girlfriend is a restaurant manager.
It's his type.
But is this the only place he meets
I've dated
people?
a lot of bartenders.
Huh? You?
Yeah.
But you're not Tiger Woods.
No, but I'm just saying dudes have types.
But this guy traveled all the time.
Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah,
Spent
he
a lot
runs
of
it-
time in restaurants.
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
they keep kind of similar hours.
It's fascinating to me that a guy at his level, every restaurant he goes to, he's like looking at the staff.
Maybe.
I got to watch out, though, because if he comes to Cleveland, my girlfriend works in a restaurant, and all of a sudden, Tiger Woods is snatching her up.
He's got a thing for non-slip shoes.
You got a much better hairline, though, than he does.
Thank you.
Poundcake's trying to avoid that Tiger thing. That's why Poundcake is rubbing all that stuff into his skull, because he doesn't want to end up looking like Tiger and LeBron, and wisely so, by the way. Tiger Woods has got this, Scott Van Pelt. You know who Scott Van Pelt is?
Yes.
He's bald. He looks like a penis with eyeglasses on. But, I mean, he's bald.
Very bald.
And it's a good look. And he was talking to somebody, and he goes, I'm trying to tell Tiger, you got to go full bald. I don't know why.
Tiger and LeBron, they both,
Yes.
it's time.
And it's such a
time has
cool
come.
look.
Especially when you're like a big person like
Yeah.
that. Like, LeBron will look badass with his head shaved.
Grow a goatee.
Tiger will too.
I had Tiger on the show, and I finally just called him out. I'm like, bro, what are you doing with your hair? When are you coming home? You got to come home. I said, I am your GPS. Look at me. I am where you're going. You could delay it. You could try to take a couple of U-turns, and you could try to drive around the block a few times, but this is home.
Yeah, you can hold off the barbarians at the gate, but only for so long.
You gotta come home.
Man.
It's a funny way to put it.
Listen, my hair is one of the few things I've got at my age. I'm not even thinning. But if I was, I had a buddy in college, freshman year, he lived next door to me. And this guy looked like he was a 65-year-old man. And I was like, dude.
Yeah.
I felt awful for him.
And he wouldn't shave it off?
Nope. It wasn't even a conversation. Now, again, nicest guy, wasn't a great-looking dude, so it's not like that was what was keeping him from being neck-deep in poontang.
Mm-hmm.
But still, I was like, every little bit helps if you are a 19-year-old kid. How old are you in freshman year? 17, 18? You're 18.
Yeah.
And you've got, like, the horseshoe. I'm like, man,
dude.
just shave your head and do a goatee or something.
Yeah.
Look like Ming the Merciless up in this bitch. You'd be a hot dude or something. It would help a little bit, you know? My dad is 76 years old, full head of hair. He just started getting, the only thing working against me is I started going gray in college.
I don't think that's a bad thing. Gray hair is hot.
Right.
It's like, well,
You say that, but there are plenty of women coloring their hair because gray hair makes you look older. I mean,
So what?
it is what it is.
Well, this
but
is what I said yesterday about the wrinkles thing. When I'm like, I'm only 31, so maybe in 20 years I'll feel differently about it.
Right.
But like, let your, dye it if you want, but
I did for a long time.
Gray
I just
hair.
finally stopped because I'm like, who am I kidding? Who
I think
cares?
I like it. I have friends who are my age, a couple years older, who are full gray. You just embrace it.
Well, again, it's everybody's decision.
Yeah.
But, my dad has only started to go, but my mom went gray in high school, so I assume that comes from her.
Yeah.
But my dad, he's got a couple of gray hairs.
Doesn't your hair come from your mom's side, or is that
No
a myth?
clue. I feel like that's a wives' tale.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But again, guys in my family on both sides die with full heads of hair.
Yeah.
And so I was never worried about that. But Jesus, these guys where it's like, I feel for you. If it's just jumping off your head.
Mm-hmm.
Like the commercials where they're looking in the bathroom sink.
Yeah,
And,
the
oh,
pillow.
God.
Yeah.
Bless America. Let me go to Caitlin. Hello, Caitlin.
Hi, Alan. How are you?
Good. What's going on?
Well,
Well, I'm just wondering why you think that restaurant managers and servers and waitresses can't be honest and faithful and discreet. I don't know what would give you that impression.
I assume you're a restaurant manager?
Sure, you can.
Yes. Oh, well, I assume you are. I didn't say that. What I'm saying is, if you're dating a guy at the level of Tiger Woods, somebody's going to have leverage over you if you're trying to keep secrets.
That's really not what you said, because even Bill said, I don't think the ladies ran to the press about.
But they did. A bunch of them did because they need.
But they didn't.
No.
For you to make a blanket
A couple of them did. He's talking about the ones that didn't. A bunch of them did because they found out Tiger Woods was banging IHOP girls in every city he went to. And so what I'm saying is, again, this isn't rocket science. Anybody can figure this out. You got a girl making minimum wage, and somebody goes, the Inquirer goes, we'll give you $20,000.
So maybe I'm not having such a good time figuring it out.
What?
Why don't you break it down for me a little bit dumber, because I'm so dumb, Alan.
Caitlin, if you stop interrupting me, I'll explain it to you. What I'm saying is, if you got a girl who...
Your logic, and it's not making any sense.
Okay.
And like I said, it's probably because my tiny little restaurant manager brain.
Caitlin, I don't know why you're taking this personally. I'm not Tiger Woods. I didn't tell the guy to go bang IHOP waitresses.
Do you think that people that work in restaurants, they don't have other goals and aspirations, and maybe they're working several
I
jobs?
worked in restaurants for a decade, Caitlin. I was a manager at a Blockbuster Video. I'm nobody special. What I'm saying is, you don't make a lot of money. So when somebody comes to you and goes, we'll give you $20,000 to tell your story about Tiger Woods, you're going to take it, as opposed to someone who makes a lot of money and doesn't need it as much.
You think that an executive person is going to want to not take that $20,000? How much do you think executives make? You think Tiger Woods is going to be banging a high-level executive?
Why wouldn't he? What I'm saying is that people travel in similar circles, right? So you're somebody, he's doing celebrity invitationals, and it's not like he's not meeting those people. So clearly he has a predilection for, maybe he thinks those people are... You should be mad at him, not me, Caitlin, for one thing. Clearly, he thinks that those girls are, like, easily manipulated or whatever.
Executives are going to be great at sex. Give me a break. But
okay. I don't know what that has to do with anything. Caitlin, the bottom line is you're taking it personally because you're a restaurant manager. That's not the point.
Making a blanket statement.
I didn't make a blanket statement. I said if you make less money... Okay.
Does not help the stigma of those of us who have been working throughout the pandemic in restaurants, and it is very offensive, and you should pay more attention to who your demographic is, because I am turning off your show.
Great. I appreciate that. Caitlin, my demographic is not restaurant managers. It's a whole bunch of different people.
Demographic is blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, whatever.
Yes, a whole bunch of different people, just like I said. Caitlin, you're projecting a lot. You're throwing a lot onto this one comment. That's fine. But that's not on me. You're projecting a lot into this. I didn't mention the pandemic. I'm talking about Tiger Woods and who he had sex with.
For a lot of different people, and you speak for a lot of demographics.
I only speak for me.
People all work at restaurants.
Caitlin, I only speak for me. I only speak for me.
Okay.
Right? And you're projecting a lot of things onto me that I didn't say. That's fine. Don't take it personally.
Well, I'm going to be paying close attention to how this affects everything.
Oh, Caitlin, come on. Are you okay? I mean, seriously, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I'm just,
Are you mad that you found
having
out
a hard time with the restaurant industry, man.
I understand, but don't get mad at me. I didn't say any... Listen, I worked in restaurants for a long time. I didn't say anything about restaurants. I'm just saying, you know as well as I do. Leverage is when somebody can hold something over you. Huh?
Nobody wants to even work in restaurants because they're making more money staying at home on unemployment. And it's not true. But people don't want to work in the restaurants because it's a terrible business. I haven't had a day off in weeks.
Okay, then I understand why you're upset. But that's got nothing to do with what I said.
Well, making it sound like we're a bunch of floozies and dumb.
Again, you're projecting, Caitlin. My comment was based on the fact that people aren't making a ton of money in those jobs as compared to people who are at a different income level. Nobody was implying anything. Nobody was implying anything about anyone's intelligence quotient, Caitlin. Are you going to be okay?
I guess I'll make it.
Are you driving to work?
I can go for another day. Yeah.
I do have an amazing ability to make people feel better. Are you driving to work now, Caitlin?
Yes.
That's why she's so upset. I get it.
Hasn't had a day off in a while.
I get it.
Stressed out, man.
Stressed out.
And the Masters is on this weekend, and she's like,
right. Okay. Where do you work, Caitlin?
Oh, I don't know if I should disclose that.
Well, okay, you don't have to. That's fine. I was just curious.
We'll just say it's in an area where Michael Simon described one of the most difficult places to have a restaurant in the world.
I don't know anything about that guy, but okay. Well, let me ask you this: do you work in a place that is known internationally?
No, I do not work at an IHOP.
I don't know. That's why I asked. Okay, well, all right. Listen, I feel better. Okay, Caitlin.
Yeah.
All right. There's Caitlin, who really threw a lot in there, and whatever.
Sounds like she needs to get laid.
Hey, no.
Great, but don't get mad at me. I'm not Tiger Woods. The guy was banging Waffle House waitresses. What's that got to do with anything?
I don't know, but I also know, I watched the documentary about Tiger Woods, and I know that those waitresses and stuff were getting hounded. They weren't like running to the press. The press was finding them and being like, "Is this you?" Blah blah blah, and like they weren't getting big paydays out of.
No, because Tiger was
Woods.
Paying them. Is my point. We all understand what leverage is, right?
Right, but
if you're
I
making
don't think
minimum
you're explaining
wage,
it that way.
Of course, that's exactly how I explained it. If you're somebody making $20,000 a year, and somebody goes, "I'll pay you $20,000 to keep your mouth shut," or to sell us your story. So they didn't sell their story to American media or whatever, right?
Right.
Because Tiger paid them to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, you need the money more than somebody who's like the CEO of a company.
But then, like,
this is not confusing information. Like,
the main girl that was like his main side piece was
Rachel Yucatel.
Yeah, like she was a well-known lady,
but she was also making money.
Yeah, but she still was taking money from Tiger and stuff.
Yeah, because but she initially denied it.
Yeah, they all initially denied it.
Right, until they got blown up. Anyway, he needs to shave his head.
I agree with that.
His hairline sucks.
He needs to shave. Well, whatever. He can do whatever he wants. Okay, listen, I got to take a break. I'm way late here. If you want to get a text in, 35192, and we'll be back.
Yeah.
216-578-1007. To join us live or 800-348-1007. 35192 to text. AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch there, listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app. If you do that anywhere throughout the United States, tell me where you do it. Mark is a brand new listener in Greenville, Indiana, right across the river from Louisville, Kentucky. And only, if you know where Greenville is, it's only about 45 minutes away from French Lick. You know what French Lick, Indiana is?
It's the home of Larry Bird.
Birthplace of one Larry Bird. Mark said, I listen on the iHeartRadio app. I found you by being a listener to Rover, and I've really been enjoying the show. You are all hilarious, and I especially like Mary.
People are being very nice to me today.
See, you know what? I think they feel bad that you couldn't comprehend in and of itself.
Probably.
I think that they are very happy about the album is out.
Yeah.
You know,
And you're the realist.
You are the realist on the show. Realist. Not the realist. Realist.
Yeah.
The realist.
Realist.
She's keeping it real, man.
We should get a jersey with that. We should get Alan Cox Show jerseys.
The realist.
And mine will say the realist on the back.
Uh-huh.
And Cody's will say compassionate.
He's compassionate.
I'll be in Indiana.
Indiana?
I'll be in Indianapolis next weekend at Helium with Steve Byrne.
Oh, yeah.
Alan Cox Show Comedy Tour alum.
Yeah, I love Steve Byrne.
And director of that movie.
The opening act.
The opening act. That's what it's called.
movie director.
That movie. So, Mark's brand new in Greenville, Indiana. Chad listens in Thibodaux, Louisiana. Mark's down in Key West. Michael listens in Colorado Springs. And Sean is in Ypsi. He's in Ypsilanti, Michigan. So, thanks, one and all. Cavaliers are back on the floor tonight, hoping to stretch their win streak to 2. They're going to play the Thunder in Oklahoma City tonight at 8 o'clock. That's your tip-off, so 7:30 is when your pregame will begin. Indians will start the weekend series, their second weekend in a row playing the Tigers. This time they'll do it here at home. So 7:10 tomorrow after we roll out of here, and approximately 1 hour after the Bill Squire Friday Get Down, which is freshly off hiatus. And boy, you thought people were happy for Mary Santora.
No comparison.
No comparison at all. People are happiest for themselves now that they know when the weekend officially begins, because we haven't done. 2021 has been largely get down free.
Yeah. Number 1 on the iTunes Get Down charts.
Hey.
Boy, that's true. I didn't even know. Boy, it's so niche oriented now, isn't it? I didn't even know there were get down charts.
So there's charts for everything.
Wow, there really are.
Diabetes charts, heart rate charts.
Oh, no, I'm talking Mary.
Pineapple charts.
No. What the hell's a pineapple chart?
Figure it out.
Is it number 1 in the pineapple charts? No. Hey, Lewis.
Yeah, hey, how are you?
Looking good, Lewis. How are you?
Yeah, thank you. Good. So I want to comment on something that was discussed a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago?
So you were speaking about pooping at work. And would you do it? And Mary was saying she could poop anywhere, like at work, in performances. So I agree with Poundcake. And here's why. That you should not poop at work. Because let's say you're at work and you're pooping. And then either you fart or, the splash comes in the toilet bowl. And someone you know is in there that heard you. How do you look at that person ever again?
Everybody poops. Everybody. They wrote a book about it.
I was going to say, there's a book to that effect for young children that everybody poops. Now, again, I've got my limits. I'm not the guy who's in the stall and talking to the people out there. Some people do it.
But,
hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not doing that. I'm still doing my thing. But, I mean, if first of all,
depending on who's in there.
No one cares.
It's not a co-ed bathroom. There are places I've worked that have had, like, Ally McBeal co-ed bathrooms, right? Man, I am pooping. I could not have been quieter, because I don't know who's out there. But in a room full of guys, who cares?
Yeah, I don't care. And even if it was like a boss or something, like if it's Keith Kennedy, I'm like, Keith, stay in here. I'm going to try and keep him in there longer so he has to sit in my marinade. Because we're buddies like that.
We're buddies. Yeah. This is how we're going to bond.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. I work, whatever, in a a building, and I one time went, and some toots came out, and I was and a guy who I think knew who I was from the shoes or whatever, and I try to avoid him whenever I can, because he knows that I was loud in there, and
yeah, okay.
He thinks that I'm a disgusting person. Like,
nobody thinks you're disgusting for
no,
pooping.
They might think that what he's doing at that moment is gross, but the bottom line is that it's something everyone does.
Yeah, you're fine. You're thinking too much into it, man.
It would be different. Well, it would be different if, like, when you had to poop, it came out of your nose. That would be something you'd want to keep to yourself.
Right.
You wouldn't want anyone to know that.
But you could get a show on TLC if that was the case.
So here's my question: If you were in the bathroom and you heard someone else going, you wouldn't like kind of crack a smile when you hear them?
No, I don't care. Don't care.
I mean, I might crack a smile, but I'm not going to be like. I mean, there's definitely been times where I've been in there and people have been doing work, but I don't hold it against them or be like, oh, so because there was a guy in here that doesn't work for the company anymore, but he would go in there and blow up the bathroom.
He would destroy.
He would destroy it.
Yeah.
And it was
write the name down.
You wouldn't even know who it was.
You wouldn't even know who he was. But it was just one of those things. And then you see the guy and you go, oh, okay, it makes sense that he's doing that, because you look at him and go, yeah.
Right.
Looks like he's doing.
Right. So I think it really comes down to how loud you are in there. If you're a person that's going to be loud in there, I think
I think smell is way worse than loud.
Yeah, I don't care about the noise. The smell is the worst.
The noises are expected. The smell is expected to a degree, but like if it's a smell that just lingers in there for minutes and minutes after you're done, that's where you're like, okay, now I got a problem.
When
like,
it starts
courtesy
to
flush, please.
Yeah, when it starts to like dissolve the glaze on the wall tiles, then I've got a problem. We're gonna need a mason in here or something.
Right, but let's say you're at a performance. I was in a performance, and right before the performance, you go in and you kind of you get butterflies there, and the audience, you're about to perform in front of them, and here people you know, or people that are going to hear you do this disgusting stuff.
I think you're way better if you own it. If you go the other way and you're like, yeah, whatever.
Been in that situation.
Like if someone calls me out and they're like, I saw those shoes in the bathroom, you were just pooping. I'd be like, I lit up a Dunkin' Donuts yesterday. I don't care.
Yes, of course.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, I sure did.
Has that ever happened to you guys?
I was at a place called Grumpy Dave's in Bowling Green, and they didn't
have him grumpier.
They didn't have a stall they didn't have a door on the stall in the bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was in there, and it wasn't even like I was looking at the door, and they like came in there and saw me going because I had to go, and like these guys, and like I was about to go on stage, like I was having an emergency situation, so I'm doing this, and then they call me my name as I'm like drying my hands off, and I run on stage. It's like, hey, guess what I was just doing? Because these guys over here already know. And so I just made it a part of the show, and that's what you got to do. Like
I did that.
I did that.
Wasn't a big deal.
I did it the old Spitfire on 117th a couple years ago. They had no door in the stall, and I'm like, I'm a couple drinks deep by that time. Like, and there's some people are gonna know who I am. I'm like, whatever. There's no door. I got to take a dump right now.
Yeah,
we're gonna do. I was one of our bar crawls years ago. Bar crawl in Willoughby. Something happened to me, and I had to go into the men's room right there, and like a bunch of people saw me go in. And there were dudes in there, and I'm just letting fly, man. I don't know what happened, but I was like, whatever.
I had a similar situation to Bill happen. I was doing a fundraiser in like a rural area. There was like 400 people there, and I was minutes from going on stage. I'm like, I gotta go now. And so I actually went into the men's room because there was a line for the women's room. So instead of explaining myself, I just walked right into the men's room, let it all out. And as I'm walking out, like this guy's looking at me like, what are you doing in here? And then I walk on stage, and the guy called me out. He was like, I just saw you in the men's room. I'm like, yo, those tacos went right through me. I don't know what you want me to say, but they were good.
Like a hyperloop they went through.
I know I had to be up here for an hour, so I needed to get that out before I got up here.
Yeah. I have hot snakes, you guys.
What's hot snakes?
It's when the diarrhea comes out like a hot snake.
Andy!
I get hot snakes in bubble gut.
Andy, stop talking about hot snakes.
You perform enough times, you'll go get into pretty much any situation. Like I had a time where I was vomiting like crazy. I was like, just had some sort of stomach bug and was puking. My name was called, went up on stage, did my time, and then went right back to the bathroom and puked again. And like, everybody knew what was going on, but they're like, hey, bravo, man, you made it through your set, and it was funny.
That happened on my...
and it's weird how your body will let you do that, too, when you're up there.
Just that adrenaline
for
takes
like
over.
10 minutes or whatever you got to do.
That was like, I had to do 35 because it was like me, and then the headliner was the clown. What's the clown guy?
Disgruntled clown.
Disgruntled clown.
That happened to me a couple years ago.
That's a guy,
and I was like,
clown.
I was like, hey, I'm not going to stick around for your set. I'm not feeling well. And he's like, nobody ever does.
My guts are disgruntled.
2018, I was in Indianapolis. It was my birthday weekend. It was like 6 sold-out shows the weekend of Thanksgiving with a guy named Donnie Baker, who is a big Bob and Tom guy, and he sells out like it was his hometown. So the club ran out of Bud Light, they ran out of Coors Light. They started just to run out of like chicken tenders because they just couldn't accommodate the number of people that they had.
Right.
And they had a bathroom that only had 2 stalls in it. And I was feeling the same way where I was on stage and I started to get the sweats and I could feel the lump getting higher and higher in my throat. And literally I stepped off stage and I started to make a beeline for the bathroom. I'm just pushing chicks out of my way and I'm throwing up and throwing up and throwing up. And I come back out and I looked at the club manager. I was like, you got to get me back to the hotel now because I don't think I can make it another 5 minutes without puking. I'm serious.
I got to get the hell out of here.
I threw up outside the car, threw up all night, all the next day. And then, like, even in the green room, I'm all shaky, can't keep water down. And then went up, did my 30 minutes, and went back to the hotel. It was, like, the worst birthday weekend ever. Because it was, like, I would have made so much money on merch. These people were there for comedy, and I just couldn't do it.
There was a time, like, I hate when people can't chill. Because, like, I know my limits. I don't think I rarely throw up from alcohol. But I don't know what other people's limits are. And I always ask them beforehand, I'm like, if we party... make sure you know, because like if I'm driving, if I'm doing all this stuff, I'm getting Uber, you gonna Venmo me some money or, you know, walk home. And this particular time, and he's probably gonna get mad at me for telling this story, but I don't care. Matitude. I forget where we were coming from. I'm sure it was a club gig, and you know I'm a booster, so I like to come out and support. I think I went to his club gig, and I think he was staying at my apartment because this is when I lived on Hanson Prospect Avenue. So we were going back to my apartment, got the Uber, and literally my apartment to the flats or like wherever he was, West 6, was not far, maybe 5 minutes. Homie was like, you need to stop. I asked him before we get in the car, you good? Because he was lit. He was like, I'm fine. We get like right in front of the queue, like right in front of that area. And he's like, you got to pull over. And the Uber driver like stops mid-traffic. Like,
oh, yeah.
And just like, as soon as he like got to the curb, like it's like the door leaned open and Matt like threw up outside. I'm like, you are so lucky. There better not be a drop inside this car.
Didn't you puke in Chris Tyler's apartment?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I puked in the limo.
You vomited. Bill was puking into a plastic bag after one of the bar calls. He's just sitting in the corner going, like, not even loudly doing it. He's just back there. He's got it up to his mouth.
About it, dude.
You can see his body, like, convulsing. And his,
I can't handle it.
He was very respectful.
Yeah.
He was back in the corner, and he was, this was years ago, and he was just like, brr. This isn't when I ended up taking those chicks
That
home.
isn't that night.
Oh,
Because
God.
that's the only bar crawl
He
I've ever
saddles
like,
me with these 2 chicks that I don't know.
Yeah.
And
Well,
he
here's
sleeps
a little,
he sleeps in the bushes out here in front. I'm driving these girls to Parma. And
well, I appreciate that.
Dude, if I was on
took
that
one
limo,
for the team.
If I was on the limo and you were throwing up, I would make the limo driver pull over so I could throw up. I can't be around people who are
you're
puking.
a chain puker.
Well, I don't like puking myself. Like it takes, and we've talked about this,
Yes.
where I will push it until the absolute last moment to try to make myself not puke. And
Well, for me, it was just happening, and I had to deal with it. Did a lot of shots that night. It was that was the summer of Bill, like the first summer where I was single.
Yes. Yeah.
And so I was just a mess.
Summer of Bill, he was eating a piece of cheese the size of your head.
It was bad.
Yeah, he fell asleep in the bushes in front.
I laid down there for a little bit, and then I came
Took a
upstairs,
nap.
and then I laid down in the office for a little while.
Right.
And then went home in the morning.
Yeah, Cody and Erica were like partying up at Chris Tyler's old place up in the flats or something. Was his post bar crawl? I feel like it was, and you
actually.
like
I don't
honked.
remember. I remember being there, but I don't remember what it was for.
First time you were there too. So the maiden voyage up in the Casa Tyler, and he just lets fly. You might have been
because I was trying to prove
No,
myself.
I think you had just gotten hired on the show.
Maybe
he's up there like
I feel
filling
like
the bowl
it was
up.
because I was trying to prove myself, and
you proved yourself.
They party, they drink, and I'm like, I can take a shot with you. I can run with the best of them. I'm taking shots, mixing alcohol and beer. And I'm not a beer drinker, and I'm like, hanging out on the patio on the balcony, looking at bitches run across. I'm like, they're drunk, having a good time. Poop time. Then, all of a sudden, it just hit me. I was like, I just gotta pee. I just gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Some hoes gonna be texting me, so I might be in there for a minute. And then they hear me. There was no chill. It was like,
I'm gonna be in there for a minute. Yeah. So you were lying about why you were going in there?
I don't even think I'm
gonna be in there for a minute because some hoes are gonna be texting me.
You know
all those hoes that text Poundcake. But people are gonna hear you puke.
I didn't hoes yesterday with
No, I know. I'm just saying people are gonna hear you vomit in there.
I didn't think that people would hear me vomit because I was gonna do it quietly, like a silent poop or a silent fart. I was like, just a quiet vomit.
Right, but bathrooms acoustically are. The sound bounces off the tile. They're not like soundproof
But everyone
rooms.
was out on the balcony, so I didn't think people would
see.
hear me. And I think they came inside specifically to hear me barf because they're like, "What is he doing in there for so long?" And like when you feel guilty about something, you have to, something's about to go down.
But who pays attention to how long somebody's in the bathroom?
They did apparently because Erica was filming.
She was filming.
She was like filming the sounds, I believe. But you have to over-explain yourself, even though like. No one cares. Like, I'm just going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Like, no, go to the bathroom. No one cares that you're going to the bathroom.
You have to tell people,
the baller move would have been to have vomited over his railing on the balcony.
Or just on the table.
I didn't want them to know that I was vomiting.
Just in front of everybody. Dude, I was on vacation.
He just turns his head.
If he had vomited over the railing, he'd be in Boston right now with his own show. Because Krista would be like, this is the guy right here. He knows how to party.
Yes.
I'm going to put him on my rock station.
You'd be doing classic rock in Beantown.
I didn't want them to know that I threw up because I wanted them to think that I could hang. Because I think I came out and I was like, let's do another shot. And Erica was like, weren't you just throwing up? I was like, I wasn't throwing up. They're like, yes, you were.
We heard you.
Exactly. We heard you.
That happened to me. I was on vacation in Charleston, South Carolina. My friends got married. I think it was like 2014 or 2015. And we had gone to this place that was like known for their fried fish. And it was like all you can eat. And they had catfish. And they had all this different kind of fried fish. And so we were eating like buckets for the table of all different kinds of fried fish.
Oh, God.
And so
That is gross.
I have all this fried fish in my belly. And then we go to a bar afterward. And just for whatever reason with dinner, I decided to have 2 pina coladas.
I was going to say, the fish, I would think, might give you a little bit of a base.
2 pina coladas and all this fried fish. And then we go to a bar and we start doing shots of whiskey.
Ew.
I know. So I did like 2 shots of whiskey and I started to not feel very well. Where I was like,
pairings are not great.
Right. Well, I was like, I have this creamy iced drink and then fried fish and tartar sauce. And then we do our 3rd shot of whiskey. And it was like, it almost didn't even go down. Like it started to go down and then I was like, I'm going to puke. And
it was like it hit something in your throat.
Yes.
Okay. So it's coming up.
And I just like turned to a trash can that was like behind the bar.
Yeah.
So like I stood up from my bar seat.
You trashy
and
bitch.
Just, and I'm throwing up fried fish and whiskey and tartar. It was so nasty.
Fried fish, whiskey, and tartar sauce.
And pina coladas. And I told them.
Why didn't you call your album that? Fried fish, whiskey, and tartar sauce.
And obviously the bartenders were like, she's got to go. Like, you guys got to get her out of here. My ex was all pissed at me because we had to go back to the house. He didn't want to leave, but I was like, oh, I feel fine now. Like, I could stay and drink
out
now.
Yeah, you can rally.
Just the worst combinations of things have been coming up.
Look at the bartender and go, could you get me a to-go box for that, please? I got to take a break. If you're on hold, I'll get you on the way back. 35192 to send a text, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Get ready to celebrate the songs and artists that you listen to. iHeartRadio app. Now #1 for podcasting.
We declare this week iHeart Health Week, an entire week filled with podcasts and playlists on our free iHeart app, dedicated to bringing out your very best. Podcasts on fitness, saving money, parenting, and so much more. And hours of playlists to get you moving, like the Rock Pump Up playlist, Running Hits playlists, and Spin Cycle. We'll even help you fall asleep faster listening to your favorite podcast or playlist. Just set the iHeart sleep timer. iHeart Health Week, only on iHeartRadio. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
You have 937 messages, all of which are marked urgent.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 if you want to text. AlanCoxShow.com. The live video stream is there. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app too. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
Thank you. What's going on, Mike?
Speaking of, you guys were just talking about it, sounds of vomit from the bathroom. I know Mary's got a new special out on CD, and I was hoping that I could get one of those, but if possible, if Bill could sign it for me.
Sure.
Why do you want Bill to sign it?
Well, I just want to make sure it's solidified in his head that I think Mary's so much funnier than he is.
Oh, stop it.
What?
But why would that do that?
Yeah, why would that do that if he was
Then
signing
wouldn't you
her
want
album?
her signature?
You guys are too logical about this. I don't think you understand.
You're just trying to hurt feelings. I gotcha.
No, I got it. I don't understand.
I'll leave it at that. Thanks, guys.
Hey, thanks for the call, bud.
Okay, do you know that guy? I don't know. Oh, okay, I didn't know if it was like a buddy of yours, like Tim. Tim will call. And by the way, Matitude texted me in the break, Poundcake, and he said that was that all happened after the first Corona cruise where he turned 21. After one of the Corona cruises.
He says that, but I don't remember that. I feel like, we were downtown. I think it was probably after party, so I don't know. It was a blur, but I could hold my liquor.
Yeah, I understand. I see Matitude in the morning. He's in here running the board for Rover. Is he back in the clubs now? Doing his thing, like the Wiki? Is he?
I'm sure he probably is, yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been.
He's got his fingers in a bunch of things he's doing.
Yeah, he
he's
does.
Working on a podcast. He's asking me, picking my brain about that kind of stuff.
Oh, another podcast.
Yeah, he's picking my brain about podcast equipment. Mm-hmm. And then he's doing his vintage clothing thing with
Members Only
Dave.
Yeah. Okay. Is he going to call the podcast Sharp Dress Matt?
He should.
He should, right?
'Cause every girl's crazy about a sharp-dressed man.
Or could he call it Fried Fish, Whiskey, and Tartar Sauce with Matitude? Is it going to be Matitude and Members Only Dave doing the podcast?
I don't know. He was just asking me technical things. I don't know anything about what the podcast is going to be or
The content
or anything like that.
Gotcha.
Just asking me about some of the equipment that I use and what he thinks would be best for him, and so trying to help him out.
Mm-hmm.
I am annoyed about the pina coladas. I was craving like that coconutty taste the other day, and I'm like, the mix is non-alcoholic. I'm like, I could just get the mix and make ice and have a pina colada, like a
I've
virgin
never had
one.
a pina colada.
Do you like coconut?
Yes.
You'll like it. It's coconut flavored.
Coconut and what? Pineapple?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just sounds like too sweet or something. I don't know.
Well, if you like frozen drinks.
When we were in Jamaica, I thought we all had like a round of them.
I might have had like a daiquiri, or I don't know that I had a pina colada. If I did, I don't remember it.
It's rum. Yeah, rum, coconut.
Rum. I do like rum.
Pineapple. It's good. It's a nice, refreshing, like beachy drink. You're not going to get drunk off of it. It's
My
icy
favorite
drink.
rum drink is one that a lot of people are not familiar with, and they always give me a weird look when I tell them. It's rum, but then you mix it with Coca-Cola. I'm not sure what it's called.
Rum and cola?
Yeah. Oh, let me make a note of that. That is a great rum and cola. Yeah, okay, good. Anyway, I know my tastes are weird. What do you want from me?
That's fine.
Yeah, don't at me.
And then, but just being, I'm too like conscious of, I'm like, oh man, that's a lot of sugar. I probably shouldn't have that as a drink just to hang it. You know what I mean? Like I feel guilty about it now. Whereas like before, I'm like, I'll drink these so I get drunk. I don't care.
Feel guilty about it?
Like, because it's
getting virgin drinks, you mean?
No, but like making, just because of like the sugar content of it. But I'm basically drinking. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Yeah, but if you're just doing it for like a day. You're not going to drink a bunch of. And again, when they don't have booze in them, you're going to have.
You're going to have a half
of one. And be like, that was
true.
enough.
Right, that's true.
These are,
Alan, this conversation is pairing quite well with my creamy European mushroom soup that I'm currently
80
eating.
degrees. That's why you're
Yeah, the perfect soup weather inside.
Soup weather.
I've got kids' corner here.
It ain't easy being a kid. Now look at what you gone done did. Whoa, it's time for Kids Corner. Kids Corner.
Hey, Alan and gang. It's Noah from Lakewood. The other day you were talking about angels in the outfield and orphans in baseball. So speaking of dead parents in baseball, there was a movie I vaguely remember. We watched it in our high school theology class. It's called Simon Birch, or The Story of Simon Birch, or something like that. And it's a kids movie. It's a religious kids movie. It is insane to watch. Like, he kills his mom's friend with a baseball, and it's complete insanity, and it's perfect, like 80s, 90s. It's a perfect encapsulation of like 80s, 90s kids movies, and it's like, how the hell is that in a kids movie? Also, Poundcake, if you're going to keep doing the podcast, get a damn mixer, dude. Seriously. Hate the show. Bye.
Simon Birch, I've never seen it, but wasn't that movie about a dwarf?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was like a little mangled kid, right?
It wasn't
It was
mangled.
It was just a dwarf, and
He hits a foul ball, and it like hits his stepdad or his mom's friend or something in the head.
Why would
the
they show
wrong
it in
way.
a theology class?
I don't know.
He
about
said they
that.
watched it in high school
maybe the
theology.
teacher was hungover.
It might have had religious
I had so many pina
undertones.
coladas. We're going to watch Simon Birch today.
Yeah, I remember watching that as a
he
kid, but it was
kills-
it's very weird.
And then he has to like live with it. And
Wait,
it,
he hits a foul ball over a fence and it kills a kid?
It kills
an adult.
An adult.
An adult.
It like hits him in the head the wrong way, and they die.
Right, and like wasn't the whole thing is like he was not getting a chance to play baseball, and then he finally does.
Yeah,
and
I think so. I don't know. I've only seen it once.
I feel like it was he wanted to play baseball, but because he was like a smaller kid, he couldn't, and then they finally let him play, and then eventually he does this, and it kills someone. And it's just, and I think Jim Carrey was like grown-up version of the friend.
That's what I'm looking at the Wikipedia right here. Yeah, Jim Carrey, loosely based on a novel called A Prayer for Owen Meany, and the author didn't want them using that name because the movie basically takes the second part of the novel and changes it completely. So the guy's like, we'll call it something else. So he calls it Simon Birch.
Yeah, it's real weird.
Huh. I've heard of it. I've never seen it. 1998.
There's also the movie Hardball, which is another.
I liked that movie.
That's a good movie, but it's Keanu Reeves. He's like a gambler, and his court-ordered
baseball coach.
Yeah,
it's
he's
like
court-ordered
Bad
to be like a
News
baseball
Bears.
coach, and it's kind of Bad News Bears, but it's like inner city kids, and it's like they sold it as a kids movie, but it's not a kids movie.
Well, it's just so heavy.
It's
like
a gambling movie, and he's not a great guy, and it doesn't have like the scenes with the kids are funny, but they're like adult scenes with kids, and like meaning like the kids are cute and funny, I guess, but it's not really a kids movie. But I felt like it was marketed as a kids movie because it had kids playing baseball, and then the kid gets killed. The little tiny kid gets killed.
G-Baby.
Yeah.
Well,
G-Baby.
spoiler
G-Baby.
alert.
It's been out for 25 years.
Thanks, Bill.
That
I was
is
gonna
a
go
movie,
home and watch
the part of the movie where your heart just rips out, and you're like, because they're just trying to like, this is the neighborhood they live in, and these are like realities of what happens here. It was so
Jeez. And I was watching that on an airplane, and I'm like, it's kind of a good movie. And then they killed G-Baby, and I'm like bawling. I'm like, what? You just killed a little kid?
Right. So sad.
Wasn't Diane Lane in that movie too?
I think so. I love Diane Lane.
Diane Lane's the best. Man. Hello, Cody.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
What's going on?
Hey, I just wanted to set you guys straight here on the whole Simon Birch thing. This is my childhood with this movie, and Simon Birch is a kid who has dwarfism and hits his best friend's mom in the head with a baseball. He hits her in the temple, and the mom is Ashley Judd. And,
They kill off Ashley Judd at the front of the movie?
I don't think it's in the front of the movie. It's probably within like the first 45
I was
minutes.
going to say, what a waste of Ashley Judd.
No kidding. But then Oliver Platt is in that movie as well, who like he was dating Ashley Judd's character, and He kind of like looks after the boys then. And then his friend is Joe Mazzillo, or however the hell you say his last name. He was in Band of Brothers. He's been in a few odds and ends.
He was like a little kid. He was in the first Jurassic Park, wasn't he?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the same kid.
Okay.
I met Oliver Platt in the early 90s because they were shooting this movie called Flatliners, where I went to college. Remember Flatliners? With Julia Roberts, where they like make them die and then bring them back, and they were shooting that on campus, and Oliver Platt was in that. They've remade it since, I think, but it was okay. Thank you, Cody.
Thanks, Al.
All right.
I don't remember asking you a goddamn thing.
All right, there you go. Setting us straight on Simon Birch. Also in Kids Corner, they're having some trouble over at Rocky River High School. 5 teachers had to resign over at Rocky River High School because they did an investigation that apparently they were passing around, and there was a text chain that had a picture of a student on it.
Yikes!
I didn't get the indication.
They didn't
that
say it was nude.
No,
or anything.
I didn't say that.
Inappropriate.
There was no indication that it was anything like that, but. Teachers still shouldn't be passing around a photo of a student. They were like talking shrimp on the kid or something. I couldn't tell if it was even a male or female student. I didn't even know if they clarified that.
They didn't clarify that. What I think it is, I thought it was like a group of dude teachers and they had like a female student on their phone.
That's what I assumed it was, yeah.
Talk about, wait till they turn 18, stuff like that.
No.
Boys.
Like when you get, like it doesn't have to be nude, but like she got some jugs on her.
That's creepy, yeah.
Wait till she turns 17. Or turn 18.
Yeah, so like
gun Poundcake.
Yeah, they did an investigation, and 6 staff members, including some teachers, had to leave. And apparently there was also like
there's not even any leaks. I don't even know who the names haven't been released or anything.
Yeah, they said fully clothed yet inappropriate photographs of the female student were found on one of the teachers' phones. And then I guess there was another text chain where they were like talking shrimp about other teachers or something. Or I don't know. But imagine that.
You can't talk shrimp about
3 staff members and 2 teachers involved in an inappropriate text chain involving other faculty. Well, again, if it was the photo that got him in trouble, and then so what they're going to do is they're going to check your phones. They're going to part of the investigation is going to be that whole thing, and then they're probably going to find another thing where they're like, "Why are you guys talking about?" So they had 6 people total resign. I guess the investigation's still going on. So one by one, there's probably going to be somebody else like, "Yeah, I got to get out of here," because.
On an unrelated note, I'm just going to be moving on along.
I got a new job in Chardon, and it's been real, everybody. You're the realist, like Mary Santora. But, boy, it's really time for me to get out of here. But as a Rocky River resident, and who doesn't love that alliteration, boy, you've got to be just beside yourself with all that. Just imagine the kids that you will never have could have gone to Rocky River High School.
What's my community coming to?
Where all this stuff is going on. They're taking photos of students, and my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you teach? Just FYI. Just maybe teach. Phone in the drawer. You know. Right?
Stay off their Instagrams.
Whatever. Yeah.
Whatever they're doing, that's my guess, is they like screenshot something.
That's why I hate when they like give kids a hard time for how kids are on social media. Like, kids and social media. The adults are right there.
Just as bad.
Creeping on your Instagram. And I mean, at least kids get a pass because their brains aren't fully formed.
Right.
And they grew up with this.
Yeah.
These could be, again, teachers are young now too. So, you know, they're barely out of college. But holy Christ. Put the goddamn phone in the desk and, you know, work. Do your job.
Well, it doesn't mean they weren't doing a good job.
Yeah, that could
have been. It doesn't take that long to share a picture.
But why would you even take a picture of a student?
I get,
and
like I said, I don't think they took a picture.
A screenshot or something.
I think they all noticed this girl, and then one of them found her Instagram or something, or her TikTok, and they're like, "Hey, did you see this picture of her and like send it to a group chat, and they're like, "Damn, she doesn't look like she's 17." That kind of crap.
Yeah, maybe they referred to it as taking a picture of a student, but maybe you're right. Maybe they grabbed it off But that wasn't how they put it in the coverage of this. They said taking a picture.
Well,
of
maybe
a student.
one did take a picture of her, but again, like you said, it's not like she's not scared. It's the
she's not naked or
of
anything.
Whatever it was, they were sharing a picture of her. So even if they took a picture, it's not like they're not teaching. They're probably doing their job just fine, but they're doing a creepy thing on top of their job.
Yeah.
So when you say you put your phone away, but of course, yeah. Don't take a picture of them. Don't go on their social media. Set some boundaries.
I haven't seen this, but people are texting me. There's a video that shows two teachers talking about a picture of a female student. One teacher asked the other, "Is it a beaver shot?"
Beaver
shot. We just talked about this.
Second time in a week that beaver has made its way back into the lexicon here. The teacher in the video said another male teacher called the girl smoking hot. And asked, but again, even if, man, so gross. Just so gross. Like,
I know, smoking in 2021.
Yeah.
And
oh
you
my
didn't
goodness,
even
you're
know-
never going to get a job at Cleveland Clinic after you get fired at Rocky River High School with that kind of lifestyle. No, but I'm just saying, like, at the risk of sounding naive, back in the day, and again, certainly not to malign all teachers, because there are teachers doing a fantastic job, and these are people who would be douchebags in no matter what their vocation was.
Right.
But why are you a teacher? Like, why did you go into education in the first place? You're not doing it because you're like, I'm going to make me some money. So I assume at some point the motivation is pure. Like, I'm going to be a high school teacher. But
then you get jaded.
But no, listen, if you're like right out of college, you haven't been doing it long enough to get jaded. If you're some 55-year-old woman and she's like, I'm out, I'm done, these kids today, I get that.
They don't even have to be teachers till they're 55. Teachers have really good benefits, and they can retire in like early 50s.
Well, I'm sure some do, some don't. It depends on what the strength of your union is.
Yeah, Alan,
but
but just 55, they could be 54.
That's right.
Well, when I was in college,
People are telling me they were older teachers. That's even worse.
No, that's why, because that's how they knew that they were taking a picture. They had the flash powder up.
All right, I'm going to need you to sit there for a second.
Yeah, it takes a while to develop with these old film.
They took a picture of her in class of a crotch shot or something.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know that.
That's not okay.
So this is not them creeping on someone's Instagram. This is and that's
This
what
is
I
them
assume
being
what-
like predatory.
Yeah, in class. Take it. Yeah.
Alan, you didn't even know that teachers, you thought it was legal as long as the student was 18. A teacher could date a student.
It is legal.
I didn't
It's
know
not
that either.
in the state of Ohio. A teacher cannot.
Well, I didn't grow up in the state of Ohio. I'm talking about when I grew up, there were teachers that when the girl would graduate high school, they'd start dating. I knew a couple that got married.
It's against like.
But that's different than dating while they're still in high school.
Well, they would do that very, very quietly if they were 18.
Right.
What I'm saying is there's a difference between it being legal and the school being okay with it. No school is okay with it, but is it legal if they're 18? It is.
It is illegal, right?
It is illegal in the state of Ohio to it's like something power or whatever, unequal balance of power or whatever. So
Okay.
You like even if you're a college student, because I've heard of that. Like
you mean for a teacher to date a student when they're both at the school?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Even
like-
in college, right?
But they keep
Yes.
it. But they keep it quiet because everybody knows. Everybody knows when that's going on.
Because there's teachers.
It's just probably a lot harder to keep it quiet now.
It's like on Friends when Ross was dating a student, and he's like, well, it's frowned upon. And they're like, no, you can't do that. And he's
Right.
like, I thought it was just frowned upon. They're like, well, we frown upon it, but also you can't do it.
That will trip you up because like a teacher's assistant is like our age, and that's still like unequal balance of power. If someone can like alter your grades because you're dating them or give you extra treatment.
Yeah. Teachers' retirement is after 37 years. Nobody retires at 55 in the education.
What if you are like
Sorry.
Doogie Howser of teaching?
Doogie Howser?
Yeah, what if you started teaching at 12? I'm sorry, I just can't take this 12-year-old seriously. He's teaching physics. Yeah, so it's pretty wild, but a whole bunch of teachers had to walk, and some staff members. I assume anyone who had that photo on their phone is out of a gig, yeah. I got a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. Please make sure it doesn't have any clothed yet inappropriate photos. And we'll be back after these.
getting you through one day at a time.
On 100.7 WMMS.
It's really coming down out there. I don't ever look out the window, so like when I do, I go, oh, hey, look at that.
I got my car detailed this morning, and they put like a nice finish and a wax and all this stuff, and I'm like, oh, this is perfect.
That's always the way.
I know.
I thought detailing was just the inside.
There's like a bunch of different packages that they offer inside, outside, total, whatever.
See.
But they put like the rims were all shiny and the tires were shiny. They did this awesome job, and then I'm like, oh, of course.
I'll tell you what, we mentioned it earlier in the week, but if you get a good rim job, it is, man, those wheels, doesn't matter how big they are, just so nice and shiny and clean. There's nothing like it.
I hit a curb the other day. There's a part on 150th. I think it's technically Cleveland. It's like where Cleveland, Lakewood, Cam's Corner all kind of meet. And I'm telling you, there's a part on that street that the curb juts out a little bit. Jets out. What's the word I want? Jets?
Juts. Yeah.
Okay, so it juts out, and every time I drive by this place, I hit it. Every single time. It's
you
like,
think, given the history, that you'd know.
Well, and that's what I'm saying, is that the last time I hit it hard, because normally I'll like swerve a little bit and like my tire will catch it, and then just like 2 weeks ago, I was headed to my sister's house and I slammed it, and I like got out of my car. I was like, that's it. Something's broken forever.
Don't you live over there, Poundcake?
117th?
No, Cam's Corner.
Oh, yeah.
It's on 150th and Triscuit, kind of like by that area.
Oh, then
by the park, by the Metro Park?
No.
Oh. No.
It's
I guess I don't know
by
the area.
Airport-ish.
Well, I cross that area all the time, and there's plenty of potholes.
There's a Popeyes there.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're
But
talking
either
about.
way, I went out and I looked, and there was a big chunk taken out of my rim. So today, when they did the detailing, like the whole car looked so nice, and then there's just like this giant chunk missing from my rim, and I'm like,
weird.
Yeah, nice. It's hillbilly bougie for you.
Available now.
Anywhere you stream either.
Yeah, every time I mention it, you say, "Oh, every city has potholes," but I don't think they're as notorious as.
Yes, every city has potholes.
I'm sure
because cities don't spend money on that stuff. They're out there throwing styrofoam peanuts into them.
Yeah, cities in this region definitely do.
Well, the Midwest.
Yeah, the Midwest, you're going to have potholes all through Ohio, all through Indiana. All through
I get it, but like I've been in other states, and even Toronto. Toronto didn't really have any potholes.
No, because they spend money on, it's Canada, and they keep it pretty clean there.
But like San Diego was nice. I mean,
that's a very different. We're talking about this part of the country.
But
the Midwest is very different than San Diego.
It's largely because of the weather, because it gets real hot in the summer, right? And it expands, and then it contracts in the wintertime. If you have a place in the country where the weather's pretty much the same all the time, they're not contending with that.
But East Cleveland, you could literally fit a car in a pothole. Like, I don't even know how that
happened. They're absolutely not spending money on East Cleveland in filling up potholes. Okay. So
this isn't even a pothole. This is like a part of the curb that comes out further.
Right. Yeah.
So like if you're not paying attention and you're just driving straight,
why aren't you paying attention?
I'm just saying,
it's
like, or if you're not used to being in that part of the,
it's probably near a drain.
It's
probably
annoying.
like a little inlet there by the,
It's the worst.
I understand.
I know better, and I've hit it 100 times, and this time it just
and
took
you'll
a
hit
chunk
it again
out,
is
right?
the worst part. As you're telling the story, you will hit it again.
I have anxiety when it comes.
You do?
Don't be.
About what?
Oh God, I hate you both.
When it comes to, like, if I'm at a stoplight and I don't get the arrow and I have to wait to yield, there's that one intersection.
Waiting to yield. There's my album title.
Waiting to yield.
Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm waiting to turn and I don't have the arrow and I just have to wait for all of traffic. This one particular intersection is 150th, and I think, I don't know, it's like right there. And there's a car and it literally says, do not block intersection. And there's always one guy that parks like right there, getting ready to turn, and then there's a big truck and just stops all of traffic. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, thank God that's not
Don't block the box.
But I'm like, you didn't read the sign? And he's like, oh, well, the light's going to turn pretty soon. I'm sure I could just zoom out.
They can make it, yeah.
Yeah, but that's what you do in that situation. Like, you don't pull all the way out, but like if you're going to try and make that left turn, but if you're trying to make that left turn, you're going to pull into traffic so that when the light does change, you can make the turn. Otherwise, you're going to be sitting there for 2 years.
It's what you do when we're pulling onto our street here from Rockside.
They usually get the arrow, though.
Let me ask you this. Just as a thought experiment, Poundcake.
Okay.
What doesn't give you anxiety? Eating doesn't give you anxiety.
No.
Except the way that you've described eating to us, I would think you'd be anxious about weight gain.
Weight gain gives me anxiety, but the eating
What gives
part
you
doesn't.
anxiety?
Weight gain.
Oh, the eating part, though, hits all your...
That feels good.
Feels good.
Yeah,
Relatable.
Yeah, it feels real good.
It feels so good.
It does. When you're just so sad and you think a burger's going to fill that hole, and it
It
doesn't.
does for a little bit.
Just for like the first couple bites, you're like, this is how I want to feel inside.
This is a nice thing.
Now I'm going to eat 2 and all my fries.
I get 1 tear into like my Chick-fil-A sauce, and I'm like, still good. It's still good. I'm not gonna taste that tear.
Like a tear that comes out of your eye when you realize what you've done?
I don't cry while I eat as much as pound cake.
I don't do that either.
I didn't know he was crying while he was eating. So you're saying that the pleasure and pain, the pleasure part's real short for you. If you're crying while you're eating. At least Mary and Bill are describing something where...
I'm just excited, and I'm going to have some food, and it's going to be nice.
But I'm not crying.
Except the feeling, and I'm only speaking for myself because I can't identify with what you guys are talking about. But the feeling awful part comes so quickly.
You gotta just
that
know
it
it's gonna come.
Right,
all
but
there is
that's
to
what ruins it.
It does. It really does. And I get that.
So
I mean,
where's the pleasure part?
Because those first few bites taste so good, and you know you should stop while it tastes good.
And it's worth all the adjecta that comes after?
Well, if you could stop while it tastes good.
And here's the thing,
to
too.
a point where it doesn't.
Your idea of feeling awful is not... Like, that's a feeling of comfort for me because I have had such an unhealthy relationship with food. So when I'm stuffing my face and I'm so full...
But you know that you're going to immediately be uncomfortable.
No.
Really?
No, that's not how it feels. Because
feel
I've
comfort in the
trained my
fullness
brain
almost.
so that when
Oh, I hate
I'm
the
in that
fullness.
fullness and I'm like, I did it, I can't eat another bite. You're
so accomplished.
And then you just sit there and you just like, and now I'm done.
Would you say you
there's
feel
nothing else I can do.
accomplished?
It's not even like
It's not an accomplishment.
It's not an accomplishment, but
I
it's
nourished
just
my
like
body today.
it's a numbness that is enjoyable to me because
Wow.
I've
So
put
you're lying
all those,
there.
I've put all those feelings to rest, whether it's
Sadness or
sadness
anger
or even
whatever.
happiness.
Yeah, any
because
of it.
even if it's like a celebratory eat, I will eat like I like eating. So it's like a comfortable. It's a comfortable feeling. It's a numbness. It's a satisfaction.
So when you're lying there, big and fat, food baby,
Full.
whatever, you're
Right.
like, this is great.
Not even this is great. Like I said, it's a numbness. It's just
Right, but you
it's
know
done.
but you know what you're going to get, and you said that comforts you, so that means it's a positive experience
because it's so familiar.
Right, but it's still a positive experience. It's one that you seek out as a remedy.
It's not positive.
It's numb.
It's numb.
No,
it's an addict behavior. It's
but
the
you
same
said
thing.
it's great.
It's great while you're doing
The
it.
familiarity.
So it's a positive reaction.
Right, but
No,
the
that's not how it always works.
The familiarness of it, like that's what is positive.
So the
Because you're
familiarity
like,
of the whole process of going,
Right.
this tastes great, I'm going to feel awful.
He doesn't
because
feel
I don't feel the
awful.
awful.
No, but you know that you will.
No,
'cause I
He
don't.
does not. You do.
No,
he does not.
you do because you said you do every time.
No, I said I do. I'm in between both of you. Where you
Wait,
don't,
so every time you eat to that point, you don't know that you're going to feel bad later?
No. I don't feel bad.
You don't ever feel bad.
Like if
after eating until
I
you're...
feel worse if I eat a salad and I'm still hungry. That makes me feel bad.
Yeah, ooh, I hate that.
I'm
right?
in between the two of you where I love the first part of it and it feels comfortable and it's just like, for whatever reason, eating bad food makes me feel better in the moment. But then when I'm done, I feel sick and I'm like, this is stupid. Why did I do this?
So, Bill, you are at your happiest when you feel like you're going to pop.
Again, not a happiness.
Or numbness.
Numbness.
How do you know when you're done?
When you just can't do it anymore or the food's just all gone.
So you eat until you can't eat anymore.
Sometimes,
and
yes.
you're numb.
Yeah.
But your body has to feel a certain way. You
It feels full.
Right, you feel full.
Yeah.
So
But
you're not numb. I mean, you feel full.
You feel full, but like I'm talking about my emotions are so closely related to that action that it is a numbing of those feelings.
But it's something that you have to repeat.
It's just like any other addiction.
Yeah.
It's just like drinking to feel numb and or whatever, or using drugs or smoking weed or whatever it might be. Whatever your thing is, it's exactly the same. I did, however, earlier in the year, I was having like a health kick because I'm like, all right, I can't control anything that's going on in my life right now. I can control the food that's in my house. And I was so sad about my dad that I cried into a bowl of grapes, and that doesn't feel as good. I'll tell you that much.
I'd rather cry into a pizza.
I had no snack food, no junk food in my house, and I had grapes, and I'm like hungry and because when I get sad, I want to eat. That's the emotion. I'm not happy, not angry. When I get sad, I want that comfort food. So the only thing I had was grapes, and I'm like popping grapes in my mouth. I'm like, this is the worst. I don't even want these right now.
See, I'm the opposite. I stop eating when I'm having there was a photo that came up this was 13 years ago. Gwen and I have been together for, we've been married 7 or 8 years, but we've been together almost 15 years. And there was a photo that had come up as some anniversary thing or something, and it was one of the last events I went to before we came to Cleveland in Chicago, and I was super thin. When I first came to Cleveland, if you see those old videos, I was really thin. My hair was longer, and I was just real skinny. And the reason is that Gwen and I had gone through a rough patch, and I basically stopped eating. And so I lost all this weight. I didn't look good, but I know that that's what that was. Mm-hmm. It was the not the breakup diet, but a version of that.
Yeah.
I'm the other way. If I get really upset or something, I don't eat at all.
You lose all your appetite.
I stop eating.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I'm sad, I want to eat. I want to eat bad food. I don't want to cook. I don't want to do anything. I want to get a drive-through. I want to get a milkshake. And because it feels good and tastes good while I'm doing it, but then I'm in your camp where afterward I feel like trash. I regret it.
Those are also designed, obviously, to hit your brain right where it's not an accident. I mean, that's what,
And I'm not I want to celebrate and I want to eat. And when I'm sad, I want to eat. When I just getting through a day of work, I'm like, ooh, time to eat. I like eating a lot.
It's my favorite. It's so when you wake up, do you think about what you're going to have for dinner?
No, because it's one meal at a time.
Oh, so you're what am I going to have for lunch?
And I'll usually know, for lunch, today I had a salad. So I'm going to have that salad, and then I'm having dinner with Grandma tonight and Cody Cooper, and we're, so that's taken care of. So I'm going to go and eat that, and, those are my meals. But then I think, okay, what am I having dinner for Friday? I just did a week of work, feeling good about myself. How do I want to treat myself?
Yeah.
And so it's a reward. And I know you're not supposed to reward yourself with food, but
that's a really, really hard cycle to break.
But it's such a good way for me to feel good. It's such a nice thing for me to be like, okay, well, and again, it doesn't always have to be unhealthy food. It doesn't, but I'll get a lot of it and I want to eat it. And, sometimes there's times where I'll eat it all and there's times where I'll save it for leftovers, but I just love food and I like the way I feel after I've had
full.
Food but not even just feeling full, because sometimes I will just stop myself and be like, I'm good. But there's other times where you want to eat all the feelings, and that's how Bobby Kelly, who was on the show last week, and I was with him at Hilarities, is we talked about that's how we bonded the first time we ever worked together, was just talking about our food binges, especially because in the Mormon religion there wasn't anything else I could indulge in.
You didn't have booze.
There was no
didn't
booze
have anything.
or cigarettes,
soda,
or coffee or anything like that. So food was something that was always acceptable to binge in, even though they said you shouldn't.
They weren't going to.
They would look the other way and be like,
you.
"Yeah, you can. Hey, have some food."
Well, there's types of food that I have to limit myself around, and I've said this before. Potato chips are one. Mm-hmm. Where if I want chips, I have to go to the gas station and get the single size serving of chips.
Yeah, I don't keep anything like that in my house.
If I get a full bag of chips at the store, I will eat it in one sitting.
I'll get up in the middle of the night and
I can't
go and
stop
get it.
eating chips, so I just don't ever have chips in my house.
Come on
It's dedicated to you guys. Mike in Parma says, so Mary can curb her car better than her eating.
Yes.
All right, well, good job. My dad yelled at the dinner table a lot, so crying and eating is a tragic memory.
There you go.
Oh, God, imagine that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Wow.
When I get sad, I want to stuff my face.
Huh.
The one time I was super sad, this was not that long ago. I've had a lot of binging eating moments this year. I went and I ate a Big Mac. I got a 6-piece nugget and a large fry. And
Big Mac, 6-piece nugget, large fry.
And a Coke.
And a Coke.
And I was like, I had finished the Big Mac and half the fries, and I was like 3 nuggets in. And I was like, you gotta stop, dude. You're gonna throw up. You don't feel good. And then I was like, screw that. I'm still sad. So I ate all of it, and then I literally just laid on my bathroom floor for like an hour because my stomach hurt so bad.
I gotta say, though, the more I think about it, Bill's way might be the mentally healthier way.
Oh, my way is absolutely not right.
Right, because I would be more along the lines of like eating something like that and then going, you stupid piece of crap.
That's how I am.
Yeah, whereas he's like, oh my God, I'm in heaven.
No, yeah, because the stupid piece of crap thing is happening constantly. Like, that's not associated to food anymore. That's when that gets turned off for a little bit. It's like, ooh, this stupid piece of crap's having a nice little dinner.
Chocolate chips. This is good.
I see. The food shuts off the stupid piece of crap
also,
part.
that's why, like, when this guy that called in is like, I want Bill to sign Mary's CD because I think she's so much funnier. I'm like, that doesn't matter to me because first of all, I'm very hard on myself, and also, like, I've never had encouragement.
Right.
So, like,
you're like, you don't know who you're dealing with.
Like, there's never a time in my life where everybody was like, keep on, even when I was married, like, my ex-wife knew I was a comic. She's like, oh, you're doing comedy a little too much. I need to be around more. Like,
you're doing comedy too much.
There's nothing, and, like, she would come to my shows and heckle me. So, like, I've had so little support in my career. So when someone's like, ha, I gotcha. I think Mary's funnier than you. It's like, yeah, so do my parents. Like, it doesn't matter.
Honey, as a professional comedian, I'd like you to ease off the comedy a little bit.
Yeah, taking it a little too seriously.
Could you back off the comedy throttle? Yeah. All right. Well,
I've had body image issues most of my life.
Yeah.
From
being cheerleader.
From cheerleading.
I only got self-conscious about my weight once I came on this show and then lost weight.
Yeah.
So I didn't care before, and then I lost weight, and then I started gaining weight back, and then I was like, oh, I feel bad because I felt like I was letting people down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
you
to a
were,
certain
Bill, but
degree.
that's okay.
I know,
You
but then I was
were.
like, oh, but I'm
You let
letting
us all
myself
down.
and that's what it's about, is letting myself down
Well,
first.
I guess that's the thing, is that I know there's a lot going on there, and I don't want to go down the rabbit hole, but you go, the food stops the you stupid piece of crap stuff
for a little bit.
But the end result is it makes you fat.
Yeah.
And
Which
that
upsets
can't be
you.
fun.
But when you've been fat as long as I have, it's just par for the course.
You were
You're
never
just so
skinny
used
as
to-
a kid?
No, as a kid I was like chubby, but like not even like, I mean, I had a metabolism, but it was just not a thought in my mind. Like, I didn't care.
You didn't care that you had a belly. That was
Yeah.
not something that was ever pointed out
Right.
to you or made you feel less than because of it.
When people did point it out or make fun of me for it, then I just made them laugh about it because I just was like, yeah, well, I got a belly, and I'd make like squish it together and make it talk. Like, it wasn't. I never had any
Make it
idea.
talk.
Yeah, because my belly button. But I was also incredibly short too, so there was nothing physically about me that was. I mean, I looked like a little boy until I was 16 years old.
So you're like, even if I was skinny, that's not going to help
Yes.
anything. I would just look like a skinny toddler.
Right.
Yeah.
So there was never part of me where I was like, oh, I'm real confident in the way my body looks.
Look at
And
me.
even when I lost a bunch of weight, I still had like loose skin and it was gross. I looked good in clothes, and that's why I bought 14 leather jackets.
Yeah, bad boy Bill, boy. He was out there doing stuff. Hey, Woody.
Alan,
What's up?
how's your day, brother?
Oh, you know, first class.
Right on. Hello, Bill. Hello, Mary.
Nope.
You guys are just talking about eating sad or not eating when you're sad. You know, and it's I don't know which is more healthy or which is more damaging. You know, in the long run. But everything has everyone has their own road to hoe. But I'm along lines with you, Alan, as far as because when I had my divorce in 2014, I was a fat and happy, just over 200 pounds. And, after my divorce, I went down to 171 because I just wouldn't eat. I just had no desire to eat food at all because I was just...
Which, by the way, you're single again, and you want to be thinner when you're single because you're back on the market. So it kind of does work in your favor if that's how you lean. You're like, well, listen, I'm getting divorced. I'm on the sadness diet.
Until you start eating again, and then you gain it all back.
Well,
It's
no.
not
If you have some kind of habit that's not going to make you fat, then did you gain it all back?
No, I had it back right now because of my situation with my surgery last month. But my ideal weight is like 185. But when I'm fat and happy, I run around 200, 205.
Wow.
But by the middle of summer, 185, I feel like I look all right.
205 is skinny, Bill.
Man. I'm probably the heaviest now that I've ever been, and I'm 181. And I'm trying to get down. I'm trying to lose like another 10 pounds.
How much, Alan? How much of that is on your face, by the way?
He did it to me. He did it. You son of a bitch, Woody. I hope you gain 50 pounds.
All right, guys.
All right, thank you. There's Woody, who doesn't eat when he's sad.
Well,
he's out there at the lake.
Part of working with like self-love and like healing and especially body image issues is like not having that conversation that I have with myself. Like telling yourself it's okay to eat bad food every now and then. Like it's not something you want to do all the time, but you shouldn't feel guilty when you want to have a burger and fries, or you shouldn't feel guilty because that's okay.
I just hate things.
And it's so hard to live a life of eat a salad, don't be fat, you're a girl, girls should be skinny, you should weigh this much, you should look this way. And
well, you're right. That's a whole other thing. Like my daughter is 16, and I'm trying to really, her mom and I are trying to be very cognizant of the whole like, you don't have to eat a grape every day just to because that's a slippery slope,
and it's
boy.
Very hard to deprogram from.
Yes.
Like even at 31, where I'm saying like I want to eat those foods and those foods make me feel better, but then I feel so bad about myself afterward. Where I'm just like, what did you do? This is
also,
stupid.
that's where I found myself when I was like yo-yoing in my weight a lot, where I was so worried about what I was eating. I'm like, this is more miserable than I ever was when I was at my fattest. Like, and so I just kind of was like, okay, I'm going to walk a lot, exercise, try and eat what I, eat healthier for the most part, but I also don't like cooking. Make better decisions, but that's not really on brand.
You know what you should do, Mary?
What?
You should make an OnlyFans mukbang channel.
Ooh.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's when you just gorge yourself on camera and all these fatties
I don't
are
like
watching.
throwing up.
What? No, it's not a binge and purge thing. It's like you're just jamming food in your face.
Oof.
Just Google mukbang videos.
I
And there's
don't want
girls
to.
making tons of money off that.
I don't want to do that.
All right.
I wanna do it
I got a break.
out here on the dance floor.
2000, Christopher Walken was the host. I don't know if that was the one where Foo Fighters were the musical guest, right, when Dave Grohl imitates Christopher Walken.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
That's Dave Grohl.
That's Dave Grohl doing
Really?
Christopher Walken, telling the story about how Christopher Walken introduced them as the musical guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Foo Fighters.
Right, that's not Christopher Walken.
He killed it.
Don't blow this for us, Gene! Quit being so selfish, Gene.
Can I just say one thing?
Say it, baby, just say it.
I'm standing here staring at rock legend Bruce Dickinson.
And a cock and a walk, baby.
And if Bruce Dickinson wants more cowbell, we should probably give him more cowbell.
Say it, baby.
And Bobby, you are right, I am being selfish. But the last time I checked, we don't have a whole lot of songs that feature the cowbell.
I gotta have more cowbell, baby.
And I'd be doing myself a disservice and every member of this band if I didn't perform the hell out of this.
Guess what? I got a fever. And the only prescription is more cowbell.
I'm curious who wrote the sketch, because it's a great sketch. But anyway, it's 21 years old today. It was Will Ferrell, adding to the visual aspect of it, that his guts hanging out.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Kattan, who to his credit was like the only one that didn't break. Jimmy Fallon never did a sketch that he couldn't, break in. Parnell, Horatio Sands, Christopher Walken, of course, the host there. Rock legend Bruce Dickinson. But Blue Oyster Cult, the conceit of the bit was that it was behind the music, and they were recording the song. But Blue Oyster Cult and Motorhead were the only two bands I could remember that put umlauts in the name of their band. They stylized it with an umlaut over the O's, and because they thought that was a cool look, and it is, quite frankly. Alan, are you going to talk about Philip Adams?
Will Ferrell, it was his idea.
Will Ferrell's idea? Philip Adams is a former NFL player who killed 5 people in South Carolina, and then himself.
God.
He shot the doctor who treated him, killed the doctor's wife. They were with their grandkids, killed the grandkids. So the poor parents of these grandkids, the doctor's son and his wife, now lost both of their kids. The story was kind of dripping and drabbing early on, as these stories do, where the story was initially that 5 people were killed in South Carolina, ended up being the grandparents, the grandchildren, and the shooter killed himself. He turned out to be former NFL player Philip Adams, who played for the 49ers, played 6 seasons in the NFL. His dad spoke since all this and alluded to the fact that it was probably CTE. Wow. He had multiple concussions, killed these people, including the doctor who I guess had treated him. They initially didn't know if there was a connection, and then it turned out that this was a very prominent doctor in South Carolina who was killed with his wife and his grandchildren by Philip Adams, who shot himself in the head. After shooting 6 people, 5 of them fatally. So there's one person who's still alive. But all I could think about were the parents of the kids.
Yeah.
Who
it's just lost their parents and their kids.
Their parents and their children. I don't even know like how you
all at once
continue your. So yeah. So it sounds like it's going to be another case of a player that had CTE.
Is the NFL going to just sweep this under the rug?
I mean, you can't sweep this under the rug. I mean,
not
it's
even a player anymore, though.
Yeah, but I mean, he a guy who was unrelated to the family, a 38-year-old guy, was shot and is still alive.
And what's there's no connection that's known between him and the doctor?
No, the doctor treated him, I guess, for something.
Years ago, recently?
Years ago, along the way.
But apparently the doctor lived near this guy's parents, and like that was why he was in the area.
Random.
Yeah, it's very random.
Yeah, he played for the 49ers, and he played for the Falcons for a while, and he played for the Raiders.
Yeah, he was a journeyman. Like, he was on a different team pretty much every season.
Man, I love football. I really do. But it's stuff like this where you're just like,
tell the truth.
Well, it just messes them up so much, man. These guys just have constant concussions and severe brain damage from it.
Boy, he really did make the rounds. He played for the Patriots and the Jets, and he played for everybody.
6
Holy
seasons, 5
crap.
teams, or 5 seasons, 6 teams, something
Wow.
like that. Yeah.
He played 31 games for 6 teams. Jesus. The Seahawks he played for. Wow.
So this is a guy that did not get rich. Like he got some big checks.
Yeah.
Compared to, most people, but
he
didn't
living
get
large.
super rich off of being
He earned
an NFL player.
78 games over 5 seasons. He earned just over $3 million in 6 seasons. But he had multiple concussions.
It's so sad, dude.
So, it's all very sad.
The kids are the thing that just...
And again, I don't even, people are like hitting me up because they're like, guns. And I go, well, yeah, but to me, this isn't like a gun. That sounds stupid because obviously it is. But, listen, there was just a mass shooting in Maryland. Because mass shooting obviously is defined by 4 or more people being killed. There was just somebody in Maryland who shot a Navy medic at Fort Detrick in Maryland, shot 2 sailors in an industrial park, and then the cops had to take him down. So I guess not a mass shoot. I don't know if I don't think that anyone died in that, but they killed the gunman, and so sometimes it's military guys who are having issues. Other times, it's a friggin' football player who took too many shots to the head and then gave himself one last one. But it's a very weird. It's just an awfully sad story for the football player's family and for the. You're right. Those
victims,
parents, those 2 lost their. The husband loses his mom and dad, and he and his wife lose their kids.
Yeah, dude.
And again, they don't know if they have to cut these guys' brains open to determine CT. Like, they can't diagnose someone with that when they're alive.
They're like, oh, look, his brain's rotting. Clearly something was wrong.
Right.
Well, a lot of Junior Seau, right? These guys, he killed himself.
By shooting himself in the chest so that they could look at his brain.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Shot himself in the chest with a shotgun, yes.
Yep. Sorry, Motley Crue also uses the umlauts.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say
How could I have
Crue.
forgotten about Motley Crue?
Yes.
One of my earliest favorite hair bands. Motley Crue. Spinal Tap used umlauts. Again, thank you. I forget about all the umlauts. Spinal Tap obviously used them as a parody. Motley Crue. They figured, let's double up. We're already misspelling crew to let you know that we mean business. Let's throw a couple of umlauts in there. But again, Blue Oyster Cult and Motorhead predated Motley Crue. So even those guys were like, hey, that looks pretty cool. Let's do that. Circle of life, as some people die, some other people are born. There's a woman in Massachusetts who didn't know she was pregnant until she had her baby on the toilet.
You gonna prep Nora here?
I'm sorry?
You gonna prep Nora?
Am I gonna prep her?
Yeah, because you were telling about the circle of life the other day.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Nora, that animal that got eaten? Circle of life. That's what happens.
I had somebody text me. They go, I did the same thing you did, and it was a bad idea. I go, I was trying to tell you not to do it. I was trying to use myself as a cautionary tale. Anyway, this woman in Massachusetts, by all accounts, a regular lady, she thought that she was having kidney stones. She had no, Melissa Surgekoff is the woman, had no clue that she was pregnant. And she's not a big fat lady. You know, every so often they'll have some big fat lady who goes, I didn't know I was pregnant. And you go,
every so often there's a TV show dedicated to those women.
Oh, is there a TV show like that?
Yeah,
I didn't know I was pregnant?
Yeah. It's not all fat ladies, but it's called I Didn't Know I Was Pregnant.
Is that what it is? She had no idea she was pregnant. She began to experience cramping, and she thought that it was her period. She had missed it for 5 months.
Interesting.
And thought, I'm finally getting. She goes, I knew it wasn't normal, but I thought I was having. She'd had weird things along the way. I went to the bathroom to get ready to go to the hospital, and I saw blood. And I thought it meant I was getting my period. She thought that maybe the increase in pain was coming from kidney stones. And so she sat on the toilet, and I'm telling myself, oh, this is way beyond a menstrual cycle. This really hurts. Has to be a kidney stone. And then she felt something release from her body, looked in the toilet, and thought that her body had kicked out an organ. So baby never occurs to her. Her fiance is in the doorway, and she thought something was coming out of her body, and it was a baby.
Was it alive?
It wasn't breathing, but then the fiance said he remembered watching Rescue 911 and learning how to clean out the nostrils and eyes of a newborn baby. Hey. And the baby started to breathe, and the baby's fine. Liam is what they named, but she's 38. These two are engaged. Had no clue she was pregnant.
Super preemie, though. Like, they got to
toilet
get that.
Baby.
Did they go to obviously went to the hospital, like, fix this? Put this baby. You can't, a baby born at 5 months, you can't just keep it at home. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I imagine they took it to the hospital.
Wait, how do you know it was 5 months?
She missed her period for 5 months.
Right, but that's what, but she, I
you
assume.
don't have a period for 4 months if you're pregnant.
No, I know. What I'm saying is she said that, but I bet it was longer than that. This baby doesn't look like it's super preemie.
Mm-hmm.
Toilet babies will make your dreams come true. You ever watch that show?
I did feel a little like flutters, I suppose, but I just kind of thought it was gas. I didn't know what it was. I'm in the middle of the archway of the bathroom, screaming, freaking out. If you look back at it now, like you see there were signs that said, okay, missed menstrual cycle, but that was always normal for me. And yeah, the weight gain, but I just hopped on keto and I said, okay, well then maybe it's my own fault. It's the COVID-15.
She thought it was pandemic weight.
Might
the
be,
COVID-15.
Even in the ambulance ride, I was like, how did this happen? Like, I mean, I know how it happened, but I mean, like, really?
That's fun.
That's crazy, dude.
If
Well,
your
some
parents
women
told
don't
you-
show.
Right, but if your parents told you, like, it's one thing you're like, well, you were an accident, but also you were, like, a surprise and you were a toilet baby, I don't know how I'd feel about that.
It's an amazing story. I mean, it's like,
The fact that the kid's alive is incredible.
Seth Meyers' wife had their baby in the lobby of their building because
Yeah.
they didn't have the time they thought they had.
But you go, and here's the news story about it where your mom's talking about not knowing that she was pregnant.
That's crazy, dude. Now, as somebody, I would never get to that point because I have been on birth control for 16 years, and I've taken more pregnancy tests than anybody I know. Like, and I even know that with birth control, usually the day I take my last pill, it's like 2 or 3 days later that I'll start my period. And I don't know that I've gone more than a month or two without taking a test. Just haven't had sex in 8 months, and I'm like, I might be pregnant. I don't know. I don't have a period.
But also another, more reasons it's super fun to be a gal is there are women who will report having periods while they're pregnant. I was reading a thing the other day about a woman who they were like, this woman didn't think she could get pregnant again. She was pregnant and got pregnant again.
While she was pregnant?
Yes, that's what the thing said.
I don't think you can do this. Is that
it
medically
happened.
possible?
It happened to her.
You are growing a baby inside your womb. Your body doesn't release eggs while you're pregnant.
I don't know how. I don't think she was like 6 months along, but I mean, I think it was very early in the process, and they were like, she had something fertilized, and then something else got fertilized. I mean,
that happens where people have twins, and they'll be 2 different dads.
Yeah,
I guess. I've never heard of any of this.
I read somewhere that their periods attract bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant?
He never does answer how you know if you're prengan. That is very useful information.
So, Mary, with all those tests, never a positive.
Never.
But you still take them.
My sisters are like, you've wasted more money on pregnancy tests than everybody I've ever met in my entire life.
You
And
should do
I've
the math on
always
it.
been this way
Yeah.
because they're not cheap. Like, it's just so funny because
Cheap at the dollar store.
when my boyfriend started staying at my house, he'd be like, why do you have pregnancy tests? I'm like, I always have pregnancy tests. Like,
Because I'm a huge whore, honey. And
well, it's not even that. It's just like, that is something that will always, I'll have pregnancy tests and I won't have toothpaste. Like, there was never
There's no
a time.
downside to it.
Right. There's
Better
never
safe
a time.
than sorry.
Never a time
Am
when I don't have
I
it.
pregnant? Am I pegnate? Help? Is there a possibility that I'm peg rent? Am I pregnant or am I okay? Could I be pregonate? How do I know if I'm prengan? Can I be pregnant? Can oo get pregante? Can oo bleed while oo are pergert? Can oo down a 20-foot water slide pegnat? How can I get my GF pregnant? What happened when get perginat? How can a 9-year-old get pregnant? Will I get pregnant? What is the best time to sex to become pregnant? Does anyone know how many teens get pregnant a year? Are these systems of being pregnant? Girlfriend ain't had periods since she got pregat. Is it possible having sex to a 8 months pregnant? If a woman has starch marks on her... Wait. If a woman has starch masks on her body, does that mean she has been pregnant before? Period, question mark. My circle is normal, but yet I still don't get pregnant. What can I use? Period, question mark. Has anybody got pregnant?
Yeah, so anyway.
It's so good.
R.I.P.
We haven't listened
Yahoo
to it that
Answers.
far in.
Oh, my
And
face.
that long, and I forgot about the one.
Wait.
Stretch masks.
Starch masks.
Starch masks.
Yeah.
And you haven't took my birth control in 12 days? 38 plus 2 weeks? Pregnant? I think my dog is pregnant. Can I get bringed if he had a condom on?
Oh, Yahoo Answers.
Stupid.
Hey, Brendan.
Yes.
What's going on?
Hey, that article, did it say if the baby was a boy or a girl?
It was a boy. Liam is what they named him.
Oh, they should have named him John.
Named him what?
John.
You know, they should have named him John.
John. Right. John. This is our son, John Commode Johnson, whatever it is. Right. Okay, I've got to take another break. If you're on hold, I will get you on the way back. 35192 if you want to text. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
We just helped.
I really whiffed on the umlauts. Another one of my favorite bands, Queensryche, from Seattle, Washington, uses the umlaut. How could I have forgotten? Poundcake. How could I have forgotten that Queensryche uses an umlaut?
He was holding it up on his board. He wrote it down, and you wouldn't look over it.
Yeah.
An umlaut?
Huh?
Queensryche umlaut? What did you call it?
What? Say again?
Queensryche umlaut.
Queensryche.
Queensryche and an umlaut.
An umlaut, yeah.
What is that?
It's the two dots in German. It's like German punctuation. The umlaut. I don't know how it's used specifically. It's a sound change in which a vowel is pronounced more like a following vowel.
Also,
it's used in German or Hungarian. Umlaut.
With Queensryche, aren't they the ones that have like the ridiculous stage setup?
That's Guar.
Oh, okay.
No, Queensryche was, they were a Seattle band before Seattle was a thing. They were kind of like 80s metal and then evolved pretty quickly and then had a really bad falling out between their singer and the rest of the band. To the point where like they had to go to court over who could use the name and who could sing the songs and a whole thing. But back in the day, man, they were grade A. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying with Guar, like that stage setup had to be really expensive, and bands now they're not racking in the same money they were, back in the early 90s.
Yeah, but
and 2000s.
I think Guar's been using the same styrofoam suits for 30 years.
I'm not even talking about like their
they hose them out every so often.
I'm talking about like their stage looks like, I don't know, like I don't even know how to explain it. I looked up pictures. If it's what Mary is talking about, if Guar is the one that has like the stage that looks like
like monsters and like they have all kinds of stuff.
I have to look it up now.
Well, again, I don't
in Empire Records, Rex Manning Day.
There you go. That's today. Mm-hmm. I don't know how frequently they were updating their stage pieces either. So they might just take them on tour, pack them up, put them in the storage space at the end of the tour, and bring them back out again. I don't know that they're doing...
I don't know any other band that has a huge stage setup like that, though. I am also not very familiar with rock bands. So,
I mean, there are arena bands that will use, Iron Maiden back in those bands that were they were more artistically inclined to have huge stage pieces and things like that.
How do you spell Queensryche?
Queens, and then RYCHE.
I went and...
But they are not a band. They're not the band you're thinking of if you're talking about like huge stage pieces, set pieces.
I went and saw Black Keys. That was like my first rock concert ever.
I saw him on Monday.
Yeah? Oh, yeah, we did see him
Monday. You saw a key on Monday.
I took my cousin, and it was at Romo Fijo, and I ate an edible beforehand, and I don't know what I missed or if I was just watching the crowd or something, but at one point, the stage was normal, and then the next time I looked at the stage, there was like a huge inflatable chair and like people. I was like, where did these people come from? And I asked my buddy, my cousin.
Was it a spinning stage?
No, I asked my cousin, I was like, has that chair been there the whole time? He goes, that chair's been there for like 3 songs. I was like, where have I been?
It's like a new show every time you blink.
Right.
Yeah, neither one of those are the band I was talking about.
Okay.
It looked like, if you ever saw the music festival, I think...
Poundcake is thinking of Steel Panther, somebody said.
Steel Panther?
I don't know that I'm not sure what he is thinking of.
Poundcake has never thought of Steel Panther.
I was going to say that's a good take. Hey, Stripper Scott.
Hi, everybody.
What's going on?
Yeah, I was just listening to the last segment when Bill and Mary were talking about their addictions, and I feel so bad for them because thankfully I don't have any addictions of my own to compete with that.
He spends his money on naked women, strippers, Scott.
You're alluding to your predilection toward giving young ladies money to let you put the P in the V.
But I mean,
I wouldn't call getting laid an addiction.
Sex addiction is very real.
Sex addiction is very not real.
Yes, it is. It's like scientifically proven.
It's not scientifically proven that sex addiction is real. It might be recognized by some therapists or psychiatrists because so many people say they have a sex addiction, but it is not a scientifically, I don't know any therapists. They might be treating people for stuff, but if you're talking about scientifically sound, I don't know that sex addiction.
We've had this argument before.
I know.
Where you are looking at it from like you're not going to die if you don't have that substance. Where there's addictions that don't have substances, but they can be devastating to your life because you're so preoccupied with achieving that goal in your life, getting laid, having sex, masturbating, whatever it is, that it destroys your life. And that is an addiction.
All I'm saying is that because you said science, I'm just saying sex addiction is not a clinical diagnosis. It can be treated because it's a compulsion like 100 other things, but it's not, to the best of my knowledge and what I've seen and read, it's not a clinical diagnosis.
Okay, allow me to interject here. The guidelines that I've heard from the mental health community said that if it's not causing you, trouble at work or interfering with your life, like Bill said, basically. But because you like to always say how sugar rewires your brain and it's an addiction, that's also from a neuroscience perspective. There's one guy I know I talk to a lot. He lives in Philly, and he said basically it's the same thing, that opioids and sugar and sex, when you start hitting those pleasure centers, your brain, and it rewards you, you want to do the activity that...
Yeah, I'm not saying it shouldn't be. I'm saying that I don't think currently it is. It absolutely probably should be. I mean, a long time ago, they didn't qualify gambling as like an addiction, right? But then new info comes along and they look at things differently. They were just like, well, it's a compulsive behavior, but it's not like a whatever. But I think gambling now is considered like a legit, like binge eating. I think those are considered like legit diagnostic disorders now. So they'll go, yeah, gambling or what, because whatever, parts of your brain it lights up. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, but again, Scott, to your point where they say, well, if it doesn't affect work or whatever, if you're spending more money than you have, which I feel like you've alluded to, that's going to affect your work and your life. And, if you're working just to pay for the ladies, then,
We all know I'm not an actual addict because I can quit whenever I want to. Come on. But honestly, when
I like how he says we all know. We don't all know anything.
Everybody knows this.
Everybody knows this. Come
it's
on.
on Twitter.
Come on.
You got to do your research. No, but the food you guys are talking about, I think that's the general consensus that, just like Bill and Mary, eat when I'm happy, eat when I'm sad. It's it's the one thing I can look forward to is having some sort of delicious food or a craft beer, and that's all I really got going now because the other things out of the question financially at the moment. But food, it just makes people happy. I think you're the kind of the odd man out here where you just don't like food.
Well,
I'm always the odd man out. I mean, I'm always the odd man.
Well,
out.
And it's not to say that people who don't overeat don't have problems or issues with food. Food can also be a control thing.
And I've never said I don't like food. I just like different. Yeah, I'm over. Right. I'm over food. I still like it. I just like different food than a lot of other people like. I don't have bags of chips in my house, and I don't have Oreos, and I'm not.
You don't like junk food.
Well, no. Listen, when I was a kid, because I'm surprised I didn't develop. I'm surprised I'm not 200 pounds, because I was deprived of all that stuff as a kid, and so when I got to the point where I got a little bit older and I was making my own money. Yeah, I've talked about it. I had a shoebox under my bed that had Twinkies and licorice and candy bars because we weren't allowed to have those things because my mom was a health nut. So everybody makes fun of me because we were eating, buckwheat pancakes with molasses. I wasn't eating like other kids.
Yeah.
I was desperate to trade lunches with kids. Nobody wanted Wheat Thins.
I like Wheat Thins.
And a peanut butter sandwich. Nobody wanted. Other kids had Ho-Hos and Twinkies and Doritos, and I was like, oh my God, that just looks amazing, I remember when I convinced my mom in middle school, can we just buy those little packs of assorted chips, right? It was a big deal. She's like, okay. Yeah.
No,
so
I get it.
Here I am, new year, new me, now I've got the original Lay's.
Yeah, I love original Lay's.
In a tiny bag. But as an adult, I'm too vain to eat that way. And I'll cop to it.
Right.
That's all it is. I'm too vain to eat that way.
Well, food issues aren't just overeating or not eating. There's disorders, anorexia, bulimia, things like that are often tied to control too, where it's like when people, and this is something that
I'm way into control.
Well, and this is something, right? This is where I think that
Bill,
you
I don't want
kind
to speak out of turn here, but you may have noticed.
where you kind of fall with it, where it's like, it's not that the rest of your life is out of control, but it is one thing that you have complete control over. So for me, when I feel like things are spiraling in my life, I'm like, I can at least focus on food. I'm in charge of what I eat today. And so I think that definitely has different issues with different people too. And at different aspects in your life. When you feel like everything's going great, you don't need to feel like, all right, at least I can control this. And that's how a lot of people either develop or get further into eating disorders.
I was reading about this girl who got bumped off Instagram or something because she was taking bikini. I don't know what it was. Big girl. Called herself a fat influencer, which I thought was hilarious. But whatever, it's 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
Knock yourself out. And she said she was being discriminated against because she was big and fat. And I think they were like, no, because she goes, there's all these thin girls in bikinis. So I get where she was coming from, but I feel like there were some things she was leaving out. But she called herself a fat influencer because she was trying to get the point out there that it's okay if you're fat. Be cool with your body, whatever. All good, right? Now, she had about 4,000 followers. So I don't know if the influencing was going that well, but...
was she promoting unhealthy habits?
Well, some people...
that can get you in trouble, too.
Some people will... This is where you get into a weird area with people. People get offended. Because some people will say, well, there's no way to be healthy and be that fat. And there are other people that go, well... You can be fat and be healthy.
And have
thyroid
issues.
They're kind of splitting hairs there, you know. But she was trying to make the case that she was being discriminated against because she was fat. Mm-hmm. And she might have had a case because obviously you might have noticed there's no shortage of girls in bikinis, you know, on. But there's this old line about nothing tastes as good as thin feels,
mm-hmm.
right?
And I disagree with that.
See, I agree with that 100%. But that's also the kind of thing that gets you in trouble on social media too, because they think that you are. They're what do they call them? Like people are getting in trouble for like thinspiration hashtags.
Oh yeah,
You're
Hashtag
promoting
Anna.
eating.
Like,
well, that's a whole other thing where
Right,
they're like those are like pro eating disorder websites.
Right.
But like people that were posting photos of themselves at the gym, and they would hashtag it with thinspiration. You know, people are like, "You're promoting eating disorders and all that stuff." It's like it's just a weird thing because everybody's brain works in a different way. Food's universal. You know, body image problems are universal, kind of one way or another. It's just a real weird bit of terrain when you talk about that stuff publicly.
I tell you, I'm sorry. No, go ahead. I would say, I tell you what did it for me. Like stuff that I can't control. Obviously, that's life, but. As far as like my body image goes, like my psoriasis was literally like I don't want to sound like over dramatic, but it was like a death sentence to me. Like gays are already picky enough. Like if you ain't got the hairline, you ain't got the money, you ain't got you know the 6-pack abs, you're not white. They determine if you're good looking by white and abs.
Let me ask you this. I don't mean to interrupt.
You're fine.
Let me ask you this. Why didn't you become a gym rat? Because some people will say, you can't control your hairline, but boy, short guys,
you can get abs.
You can work out all the
Right.
time.
Well,
you can control what you eat. You can, you know.
I started to do that, but also it was like an insecurity factor. Like I would go in there and I would be like an amateur, not really know what I'm doing. I don't know what to do, and I would go with people who are like.
But everybody starts out that way.
It's intimidating.
I know, but all my friends were gym rats. I was always the oddball out, and you know, I bird-chested, bow-legged. I just felt awkward. I didn't feel like I belonged.
It wasn't a comfortable place.
And also on top of that, even when I went with Bill, and Bill didn't know what he was doing, but even when I was working out with Bill and I was trying to get in the habit of it, like my legs, I have scars on my legs, and I was wearing shorts. That's why I hate wearing shorts. Why
don't you wear sweatpants?
I do. Usually, but then a lot of people are like, aren't you hot? I'm like, I don't want to show off my legs because I have like scars on there.
I never said anything like that to you though, right?
You did, but you didn't know, you didn't realize it was my psoriasis.
Okay.
You asked, you were like, what's up with your shins? I was like, you say what you say what'd you do with your shins?
What's up with your shins?
You said what you do
I
with
mean,
your
they were
shins?
great in Garden State, but then what happened?
And I was like, oh, that's my psoriasis. And then I'm like...
And then I said, ew, right?
Gross.
Gross,
Put 'em
disgusting.
away.
I don't want to work out with you.
Bill vomited, ran away. First he wiped down the machine after he vomited on it, and then he ran away.
And so, like, the parts that I have psoriasis, I just usually cover up. And then the parts that don't, I'm like, well, I got a cute face. I got nice teeth.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm one hell of a lay. And
there's also...
Food just kind of, like, made up for that. Like, I was like... Yeah, my body.
It's comforting, and it's
well. It's like I didn't care about my body because I was like, I can't control my psoriasis.
I can't show it off anyway.
I can't show it off anyway, so I might as well enjoy what I can.
I get it.
And it's also like there's people that because they aren't skinny, they get to pick at people that are fat, but they're terrible people.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And so they're just be like, well, you're fat. So I'm like, yeah, but you're an awful person. I'm a pleasant person to be around.
Right.
So like, yes, you are, and like that's a lot of people that go to the gym. I mean, like trainers and stuff like that, the way they try to motivate you never connected with me whatsoever. Like I was just like, you know, whatever they try and do, it just never really connected with me. And like they were nice guys and they were trying their best, but it's just not who I was when I work out. Like if I'm working out, the best I've ever done working out was like a year I lifted by myself.
Yeah.
And that was my favorite way to lift because it was just me. I wasn't being competitive, only with myself.
Yeah.
And I like that.
I just hate having to explain to people. And
You don't.
Like,
though.
why do you have
you know
to
that,
explain?
right? You don't have to say anything.
Well, no, because sometimes people, if they're comfortable enough with me, they will ask. And then, like, I can't get mad at them for asking because they want to know. But other times, I almost feel like, again, not to be over dramatic, but I know how if people in wheelchairs or people who are disabled, they're like, people don't even look at me. But they're looking at them, but they don't want them to know that they're looking at them. And I get those too. If I'm
like Simon Birch types.
If I'm walking around the gym in shorts, people kind of will look at my legs and then they're just like, oh, what's up with him? Did he get into a car accident or something? I'm like, no.
As far as the social media thing goes,
Make up a story.
Yeah,
but that would be a lot.
Story.
But like, I get it on my arms. I get it on, you know.
You got in a shark attack and you punched it.
You make up
and
a bunch
won.
of stories.
Or you just own it. Just be like, yeah, I have
psoriasis.
But
Nobody would say anything if you're like, yeah, I have psoriasis. People are like, oh, okay.
But
doesn't Kim Kardashian have psoriasis?
She does, and she's an advocate for it. But she's gorgeous.
Because any picture of her without a filter on it, they'll go take that down.
But she has makeup and stuff to cover it up. I don't wear makeup, and what really makes me upset is because I know how shallow I am, and I know I would not talk to somebody. I'm like, oh, their legs are ugly. But now that it's me, I'm like, be
nice to me.
Exactly. So I don't expect any type of sympathy or the benefit of the doubt because I'm like, I wouldn't give that to someone. I'd be like, ugh, his ugly ass, scaly ass legs.
So you project on you assume that everybody would react to you the way you would react to you.
Yes.
Well, that's what he's projecting his own insecurities. Everybody does that.
Yeah, I'd be like, ugh, ugly ass legs, get away from me.
Earlier in the year, around the turn of the year, the beginning of the year, I posted a series on my Instagram with people who were like, I know a lot of people reached out to me and were like, hey, it's my New Year's resolution is to lose 30 pounds. What did you do to lose weight? Yada, yada. So I posted like this series of like, hey, here's some tips if you're new to dieting and exercising. Here's a healthy way to do it. Here's a way to, like, if you're looking to cut calories, if you're looking to build muscle, like, here's this. And
people started screaming at you.
Well, I started it by saying, I am not a doctor. This is what has worked for me.
Mm-hmm.
And this is specific to what, if you're trying to do this or that. This girl lost it on me. She's like, you're perpetuating. Yep, you're perpetuating diet culture. This is the worst. I used to be a fan of you. I'll never listen to you again. I can't believe you are so shallow, and going on and on and on. I was like, listen, I had people reach out to me asking me what I did, and that's all I did was tell them, hey, this is what worked for me. Make sure, and every single post pretty much said, listen to your body. If you feel shaky, you need to up this or you need to fix that. Talk to your doctor about it. And she just flipped out. And
By the way, listen to your body doesn't always mean take a nap. Listen to your body can mean push yourself a little harder.
Well, but it can also mean if you're cutting calories.
I mean, that's the best voice your body has.
What listen to your body means if you feel shaky or hungry or lightheaded, you need to eat. That's what listen to your body means.
Or work out harder.
No, you'll pass out.
Yeah, but you...
No, but so this, and she freaked out on me, and that's what I feel like makes this whole self-image and body image culture so, like you said, it's such, you have to tiptoe around it because it's like, I'm not doing anything wrong. You're upset because I am giving people tips on being healthier.
You're right.
They feel
But there's
attacked because
Right.
things don't work for them, and it's one of those things where people just need to learn to scroll past things that aren't like for them. Just be like, okay,
Right.
Well, I'll look at that and go,
This isn't
diet
for
culture
me.
stuff. Like I don't see Mary's diet culture stuff and go, oh man, that Mary trying to help people that are asking for it. I go, oh well, these are great tips for anybody that's looking for some tips.
Alan, maybe soccer is the workout for Poundcake because he can wear shin guards. You ever thought about soccer? It's all running.
Shin
and kicking.
guards.
Shin guards.
I didn't think about that.
This has been the Alan Cox Show, pandering to soccer fans.
Okay, I've got to take one more break, and then we'll return, wrap everything up. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192.
WMMM.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeartRadio station.
Available everywhere with our free iHeartRadio app. Now number 1 for podcasting.
We declare this week
iHeart Health Week, an entire week filled with podcasts and playlists on our free iHeart app, dedicated to bringing out your very best. Podcasts on fitness, saving money, parenting, and so much more. And hours of playlists to get you moving, like the Rock Pump Up playlist, Running Hits playlists, and Spin Cycle. We'll even help you fall asleep faster listening to your favorite podcast or playlist. Just set the iHeart sleep timer. iHeart Health Week, only on iHeartRadio. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
The Alan Cox Show.
It all is created in a place like this by putting bits and pieces of sound together and building them all up until what you hear seems real.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to roll. Thanks very much for hanging out today, guys. And we'll start it all over again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. What have you got coming up, William?
Do you like camping? Well, I hate it. Find out why on the new episode of The Bill Squire Show that drops tomorrow morning. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. And check out, buy some tickets to my album recording May 7th through 9th.
Where can they do that?
Hilarities.com. Good call.
And I always like to give them as much information as they can handle. Mary Lynn?
Check out my Instagram, Mary Santora Comedy, Twitter, Mary_Santora, the link in my bio there. You can get my debut album anywhere you get music. You can order a CD, or you can block me. Do whatever you want.
Wow.
It's your life.
Bold move. I mean, you can do that.
Yeah, it's up to you.
Maybe a mute, not a block.
We'll figure it out.
Keep the lines open.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Poundcake?
Just Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and check out the latest Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. You can listen to this program anytime you like, on demand, on the iHeartRadio app. Just look for the Alan Cox Show channel there. The Weekend Cox podcast is available for you as well. That airs live on MMS Sunday morning, 8 to 10. That is 2 hours of the best stuff from the week. But if you're not up early, you miss it, whatever. Weekend Cox podcast is there for you. If you want to watch the show day to day, you can. Live stream archived at our YouTube channel, which is The Alan Cox Show. And anytime you want to drop us a message, you can. The Alan Cox Show After Hours line is 216-986-8903. About an hour away from Cavs Live. That's your pregame. Tip-off in Oklahoma City at 8 o'clock tonight against the Thunder. And you'll get Rachel Elliott for a bit next after 6:30. So thanks, guys. We'll do it again tomorrow.